Mic test. Okay. So I go on today with my audiobook, like yesterday promised. But before I do this, I give 5 minutes time, or maybe 10, that people can tune in the channel. And I also want to check the cooldowns. I didn't know when or at what time. 6 hours. Okay, that's quite late. That's 9 o'clock p.m. All right. So that's later. The rogue is also at... hopefully I remember later to check the cooldowns. That's rogue and priest. So I guess I make one round with my paladin in the burning steps, and this is the timer before I start the audiobook. Hopefully the internet connection is good today. I was talking with the technicians from the provider again, and they really looked for everything that could happen, but she also said me that are using this exactly the same how we call it, cable as from the last provider, which I can't believe. I think if I have another disconnect out of the normal plan, then I will finally try to get an out of the normal, how you call it, delete of my contract with them. Don't know if it's possible. They probably will force me to stay 1.5 years, but then I quit then. And I will write a daily comment and rating for this provider in the next 1.5 years. I maybe make it to a hobby. Even if the people who I'm phoning with are mostly seems to be half competent and there seems to be handsome or polite or whatever you call this, but as long as I have internet connection lost, then it doesn't help. They can be polite as they want if they don't deliver. The only problem is that the contracts that you make with the provider are so well done on the side of the provider that they can allow nearly everything there. That is not the cool case here for the customer. Yeah. Let's hope I find at least today a cane crystal. Because if not, then I'm running out very fast. Can't even remember how I did it with a hunter when I'm going for all these thorium farm. I always had enough arcane crystals, but I also focus farming there very much. What I don't want to do at the moment. Because I more like to focus on leveling my toons. Oh, I didn't check if someone is in the zone here. Hello? Thank you. Burning steps. It's again the hunter here. That's clearly a bot. Don't tell me differently. The only thing that I hope for is that he's not hunting for metal. At the moment I'm finding some, so it's very unlikely, but nevertheless, if it's a bot, I try to do everything to get him bent. But for the bot report, I have to see him. Hammer toss. Okay. Is that the third rich thorium? Oh. Hey, the Black Lotus. Then I'm also wondering where this bot farms if you don't check this area. If my priest wasn't so low level, then I could easily get to here. No, I think my herbalism skill is not high enough for this. But on the other hand, I don't need... there he goes. Huh. He turns. It looks like he has a faster horse than me. It's also not good. But on the good side, I should have reported him. I mean, come on. I mean, also can maybe contact him. Okay. Let's give him the whisper. The benefit of the doubt. No, how you call it. Let's see if he is answering. That's not benefit. Maybe he come from this side here. But there's not much that he can hunt here. It's Thorium and it's Black Lotus. And that's it. Okay, if I see him again, he's not responding. There is a good chance that it's a bot. But this behavior that he turns before he really checked the Black Lotus spawns makes me curious. To be fair, that is not real bot behavior. Okay, there's nothing. Good. Nothing else up. Let's look. Hey, Dix. Okay, what I'm playing now. The oldest is the Warlock, but Warlock... Well, it's not really much rested on the Warlock. Anything else I can go for? Hunter... Yeah. But first of all, I start the audiobook now, like promised. And it is chapter 80, if I'm remembering correctly. Hopefully that's true. And Dix, if you missed this and want to listen to the audiobook, I should... Bam. It is A Name of the Wind, the best book ever written. And we are... That's the 6th session I play this audiobook in, so we are in the middle of the first book. If you missed something, you can see it in the VODs. The VODs are usually... Oh, this time I forgot, of course, to write that I... Audiobook part 6. I should change this. Name of the Wind part 6. So, change this. If you missed this, you can see it in the VODs or on YouTube if you want to listen to the full audiobook. If not, enjoy or just watch.
80. Touching iron.
So, enjoy.
I lay awake, feeling Denna's gentle breath against my arm. I couldn't have slept even if I'd wanted to. The closeness of her filled me with a crackling energy, a low warmth, a gentle thrumming hum. I lay awake, savoring it, every moment precious as a jewel. Then I heard the distant crack of a breaking branch. Then another. Earlier I wanted nothing more than the Dracus to hurry to our fire. Now I would have traded my right hand to have it go on its merry way for another 5 minutes. Still it came. I began gently untangling myself from Denna. She barely stirred in her sleep. Denna? I shook her gently, then harder. Nothing. I wasn't surprised. There are few things deeper than a sweet eater's sleep. I covered her in the blanket, then set my travel sack on one side, the oilskin bag on the other, like bookends. If she rolled in her sleep, she would butt into these before getting close to the edge of the greystone. I moved to the other side of the stone and looked out to the north. The clouds were still thick overhead, so I couldn't see anything outside the circle of firelight. Feeling carefully with my fingers, I located the piece of twine I had laid across the top of the greystone. The other end was tied to the rope handle of the wooden bucket below, midway between the fire and the greystones. My main fear was that the Dracus might accidentally crush the bucket before it smelled it. I planned to haul the bucket to safety if that happened, then cast it out again. Denna had laughed at my plan, referring to it as chicken fishing. The Dracus came to the top of the hill, moving noisily through the brush. It stopped just inside the circle of firelight. Its dark eyes shone red, and there was red on its scales. It made a deep puffing sound and began to circle the fire, slowly rocking its head back and forth. It blew a wide plume of fire in what I was coming to recognize as either some sort of greeting or a challenge. It darted towards our fire. Despite the fact that I'd watched it at some length, I was still surprised by how quickly the huge animal could move. It pulled up short of the fire, puffed again, then advanced on the bucket.
No invaders.
Despite the fact that the bucket was sturdy wood and built to hold at least 2 gallons, it looked as tiny as a teacup next to the Dracus's massive head. It sniffed again, then butted the bucket with its nose, tipping it over. The bucket rolled in a half circle, but I'd packed the sticky resin in tightly. The Dracus took another step, huffed again, and took the whole thing into its mouth. I was so relieved that I almost forgot to let go of the twine. It was jerked out of my hands as the Dracus chewed the bucket a little, crushing it in its massive jaws. Then it worked its head up and down, forcing the sticky mass down its gullet. I breathed a huge sigh of relief and sat down to watch as the Dracus circled the fire. It gushed out a billow of blue flame, then another, then turned and rolled in the fire, wriggling and crushing it into the dirt. Once the fire was flattened, the Dracus began to follow the same pattern as before. It sought out the scattered pieces of the fire, rolled in them until they were extinguished, then ate the wood. I could almost imagine each new stick and stump it swallowed forcing the denner resin deeper into its gizzard, mixing it around, breaking it up, forcing it to dissolve. A quarter-hour passed as I watched it complete its circuit of the fire. I'd hoped it would have showed the effects of the resin by now. By my best guess, it had eaten 6 times a lethal dose. It should rush quickly past the initial stages of euphoria and mania, then would follow delirium, paralysis, coma, and death. By all my calculations, it should be over within an hour, hopefully sooner. I felt a pang of regret as I watched it go about the business of crushing out the scattered fires. It was a magnificent animal. I hated to kill it even more than I hated to waste upwards of 60 talents worth of offalum, but there was no denying what would happen if events were left to run their course. I didn't want the deaths of innocents on my conscience. Soon it stopped eating. It merely rolled on the scattered branches, extinguishing them. It was moving more vigorously now, a sign that the denner was beginning to take effect. It started to grunt, low and deep. Grunt, grunt. A wash of blue fire. Roll, grunt, roll. Finally, there was nothing left but the bed of glimmering coals. As before, the Dracus positioned itself on top of them and laid down, extinguishing all the light on the top of the hill. It lay there quietly for a moment, then grunted again. Grunt, grunt. Wash of fire. It wriggled its belly farther into the coals, almost like it was fidgeting. If this was the onset of mania, it was coming too slowly for my liking. I had hoped that it would be well on its way to delirium by now. Had I underestimated the dosage? As my eyes slowly adjusted to the dark, I realized there was another source of light. At first I thought the clouds had blown over and the moon was peering in from the horizon. But when I turned away from the Dracus to look behind me, I saw the truth. Off to the southwest, barely 2 miles away, Trebon was full of firelight. Not just dim candlelight from windows, there were tall flames leaping everywhere. For a moment I thought the city was ablaze. Then I realized what was happening. The Harvest Festival. There was a tall bonfire in the middle of town, and smaller ones outside the houses where people would be giving cider to the weary workers. They would drink and throw their shamblemen into the fires. Dummies made of wheat sheaves, of barley shocks, of straw, of chaff. Dummies built to flare up bright and sudden, a ritual to celebrate the end of the year, something that was supposed to keep demons away. Behind me, I heard the Dracus grunt. I looked down at it. Just as I had been, it was facing away from Trebon, towards the dark cliff to the north. I am not a religious person, but I will admit that I prayed there. I prayed earnestly to Telu and all his angels, asking for the Dracus to die, just slide quietly asleep and pass on without turning around to see the city's fires. I waited for several long minutes. At first I thought the Dracus was asleep, but as my eyes sharpened, I could see its head weaving steadily back and forth, back and forth. As my eyes grew more accustomed to the dark, the fires of Trebon seemed to grow brighter. It had been half an hour since it had eaten the resin. Why wasn't it dead yet? I wanted to throw down the rest of the resin, but I didn't dare. If the Drakkos turned toward me, it would be facing south toward the town. Even if I threw the sack of resin directly in front of it, it might turn around to resettle itself on the fire. Perhaps if the Drakkos roared then, deep and powerful as before. I had no doubt they heard it in Trebon. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn that they had heard it in Imre. I glanced at Denna. She shifted in her sleep, but didn't wake. The Drakkos bounded off the bed of coals, looking for all the world like a frisking puppy. The coals still glimmered in places, giving me enough light to see the great beast roll around, flip, bite at the air, turn. "No," I said. "No, no, no!" It looked out toward Trebon. I could see the leaping flames of the town's fires reflected in its huge eyes. It breathed another gout of blue fire in a high arc, the same gesture it had made before, a greeting or a challenge. Then it was running, tearing down the hillside with demented abandon. I heard it crashing and snapping through the trees. Another roar. I thumbed on my sympathy lamp and went to Denna, shaking her roughly. Denna, you have to get up." She barely stirred. I lifted her eyelid and checked her pupils. They showed none of their earlier sluggishness and shrank quickly in response to the light. That meant the Denna resin had finally worked its way out of her system. This was simple exhaustion, nothing else. Just to be sure, I lifted both lids and brought the light back around again. Yes, her pupils were fine. She was fine. As if to confirm my opinion, Denna scowled fiercely and squirmed away from the light, muttering something indistinct and decidedly unladylike. I couldn't make out all of it, but the words whoremonger and sod off were used more than once. I scooped her up, blankets and all, and carefully made my way down to the ground. I bundled her up again between the arch of the greystones. She seemed to rouse herself slightly as I jostled her around. "Denna?" "Motel?" she muttered around a mouthful of sleep, her eyes barely moving under her lids. "Denna, the Drakkos is going down to Trebon. I have to..." I stopped. Partly because it was obvious she had dropped back into unconsciousness, but also because I wasn't entirely sure what it was I had to do. I had to do something. Normally the Drakkos would avoid a town, but drug-crazed and manic, I had no idea what its reaction to the harvest fires would be. If it rampaged through the town, it would be my fault. I had to do something. I dashed to the top of the greystone, grabbed both bags, and came back down. I upended the travel sack, emptying everything onto the ground. I grabbed the crossbow bolts, wrapped them in my torn shirt, and stuffed them into my travel sack. I threw in the hard iron scale too, then stuffed the bottle of brand into the oilskin sack for padding, and put that in my travel sack as well. My mouth was dry, so I took a quick swallow of water from the water skin, recapped it, and left it for Denna. She would be terribly thirsty when she woke up. I slung the travel sack over my shoulder and cinched it tight across my back. Then I thumbed on my sympathy lamp, picked up the hatchet, and began to run. I had a dragon to kill. I ran madly through the woods, the light from my sympathy lamp bobbing wildly, revealing obstacles ahead of me bare moments before I was on top of them. Small wonder that I fell, tumbling down the hill, arse over tea kettle. When I got up, I easily found my lamp, but I abandoned the hatchet, knowing deep in my heart that it wouldn't be of any use against the Drakkos. I fell twice more before I made it to the road. Then I tucked my head like a sprinter and ran towards the distant light of the city. I knew the Drakkos could move faster than me, but I hoped it would be slowed by the trees or disoriented. If I made it to the town first, I could warn them, get them ready. But as the road emerged from the trees, I could see the fires were brighter, wilder. Houses were burning. I could hear the Drakkos' near constant bellowing, punctuated by shouting and high-pitched screams. I slowed to a trot as I came into town, catching my breath. Then I scampered up the side of a house to one of the few two-story rooftops so I could see what was really happening. In the town square, the bonfire had been scattered everywhere. Several nearby houses and shops were staved in like rotten barrels, most of them burning fitfully. Fire flickered on the wooden shingles of a handful of roofs. If not for the evening's earlier rain, the town would already be ablaze instead of just a few scattered buildings. Still, it was just a matter of time. I couldn't see the Drakkos. but I could hear the great crunching it made as it rolled in the wreckage of a burning house. I saw a gush of blue flame rise high above the rooftops and heard it roar again. The sound made me sweat. Who knew what was going through its drug-addled mind right now? There were people everywhere. Some were simply standing confused. Others panicked and ran to the church, hoping to find shelter in the tall stone building or the huge iron wheel that hung there, promising them safety from demons. But the church doors were locked, and they were forced to find shelter elsewhere. Some people watched, horrified and weeping from their windows, but a surprising number kept their heads and were forming a bucket line from the town cistern atop the city hall to a nearby burning building. And just like that, I knew what I had to do. It was like I had suddenly stepped onto a stage. Fear and hesitation left me. All that remained was for me to play my part. I jumped to a nearby roof, then made my way across several others until I came to a house near the town square, where a scattered piece of bonfire had set the roof burning. I pried up a thick shingle burning along one edge and took off running for the roof of the town hall. I was only 2 roofs away when I slipped. Too late, I realized I'd jumped to the inn's roof. No wood shingles here, but clay tiles, slippery with rain. I held tight to the burning shingle as I fell, unwilling to let it go to brace my fall. I slid nearly to the edge of the roof before I came to a stop, heart pounding. Breathless, I kicked off my boots as I lay there. Then, with the familiar feel of rooftop under my calloused feet, I ran, jumped, ran, slid, and jumped again. Finally, I swung myself one-handed by an eave pipe onto the flat stone roof of the town hall. Still clutching the burning shingle, I made my way up the ladder to the top of the cistern, whispering a breathless thanks to whoever had left it open to the sky. As I'd sprinted across the rooftops, the flame on the shingle had gone out, leaving a thin line of red ember along the edge. I puffed it carefully back to life, and soon it was blazing merrily again. I broke it down the middle and dropped half to the flat roof below. Turning to survey the town, I made note of the biggest fires. There were 6 especially bad ones, blazing up into the dark sky. Elk Sadal had always said that all fires are one fire, and all fires are the sympathists to command. Very well then, all fires were one fire. This fire, this piece of burning shingle. I murmured a binding and focused my Allah. I used my thumbnail to scratch a hasty Ul rune onto the wood, then Doch, then Pessin. In the brief moment it took to do that, the entire shingle was smouldering and smoking, hot in my hand. I hooked my foot around the ladder rung and leaned deep into the cistern, quenching the shingle in the water. For a brief moment, I felt the cool water surround my hand, then it quickly warmed. Even though the shingle was underwater, I could see the faint line of red ember still smouldering along its edge. I pulled out my pocket knife with my other hand and drove it through the shingle into the wooden wall of the cistern, pinning my makeshift piece of sigildry under the water. I have no doubt it was the quickest, most slapdash heat-eater ever created. Pulling myself back onto the ladder, I looked around to a town blessedly dark. The flames had dimmed, and in most places had subsided to sullen coals. I hadn't doused the fires, merely slowed them down enough to give the townsfolk and their buckets a fighting chance.
Come on.
But my job
Poison.
was only half done. I dropped to the roof and picked up the other half of the still burning shingle I dropped. Then I slid down a drain pipe and legged it away through the dark streets, across the town square to the front of the Tailin church. I stopped under the huge oak that stood before the front door, still holding its full array of autumn leaves. Kneeling, I opened my travel sack and brought out the oilskin bag with all the remaining resin. I poured the bottle of brand onto it and set it afire with the burning shingle. It flared up quickly, billowing acrid, sweet-smelling smoke. Then I put the blunt end of the shingle between my teeth, jumped to catch a low branch, and began to climb the tree. It was easier than making my way up the side of a building, and took me high enough to where I could jump to the wide stone window ledge on the church's second floor. I broke off a twig from the oak tree and stuffed it into my pocket. I edged along the window ledge to where the huge iron wheel hung, bolted to the stone of the wall. Climbing that was quicker than a ladder, though the iron spokes were startlingly cold against my still wet hands. I made my way to the top of the wheel, and from there pulled myself onto the flat peak of the highest roof in town. The fires were still dark for the most part, and most of the shouting had died down to sobs and a low murmur of urgent, hurried talk. I took the piece of shingle out of my mouth and blew on it until it was flaming again. Then I concentrated, muttered another binding, and held the oak twig above the flame. I looked out over the town and saw the glimmering coals dim even further. A moment passed. The oak tree below burst into sudden, brilliant flame. It flared brighter than 1,000 torches as all its leaves caught fire at the same time. In the sudden light, I saw the Dracus raise its head 2 streets away. It bellowed and blew a cloud of blue flame, even as it started to run toward the fire. It turned a corner too quickly and caromed wildly into the wall of a shop, smashing through with little resistance.
Hello?
It slowed as it approached the tree, blowing flame again and again. The leaves flared and faded quickly, leaving nothing but 1,000 embers, making the tree look like an immense extinguished candelabrum. In the dim red light, the Dracus was hardly more than a shadow, but I could still see the beast's attention wander, now that the bright flames were gone. The massive wedge of a head swayed back and forth, back and forth. I cursed under my breath. It wasn't close enough. Then the Dracus huffed loud enough for me to hear from where I stood 100 feet above. The head snapped around as it smelled the sweet smoke of the burning resin. It snuffed, grunted, and took another step towards the smoking bag of resin. It didn't show nearly the restraint it had earlier, and practically pounced on it, snapping up the smoldering sack in its great wide mouth. I took a deep breath and shook my head, trying to clear away some of the sluggishness I felt. I had performed 2 rather substantial pieces of sympathy in quick succession, and was feeling rather thick-headed because of it. But, as they say, 3rd time pays for all. I broke my mind into 2 pieces then, with some difficulty into a 3rd. Nothing less than a triple binding would do for this. As the Dracus worked its jaw, trying to swallow the sticky mass of resin, I fumbled in my travel sack for the heavy black scale, then brought the Lodenstone out from my cloak. I spoke my bindings clearly, and focused my Allah. I brought the scale and stone up in front of me until I could feel them tugging at each other. I concentrated, focused. I let go of the Lodenstone. It shot toward the iron scale. Below my feet was an explosion of stone as the great iron wheel tore free from the church wall.
My pet will die.
A ton of wrought iron fell. If anyone had been watching, they would have noticed that the wheel fell faster than gravity could account for. They would have noticed that it fell at an angle,
Okay.
almost as if it were drawn to the
Saved.
Dracus, almost as if Talu himself steered it toward the beast with a vengeful hand. But there was no one there to see the truth of things, and there was no God guiding it. Only me. Chapter 81. Pride. Looking down, I saw the Dracus pinned beneath the great wrought iron wheel. It lay motionless and dark in front of the church, and despite the necessity of it all, I felt a pang of regret for killing the poor beast. I had one long moment of exhausted, pure relief. The autumn air was fresh and sweet despite the wood smoke, and the stone roof of the church was cool under my feet. Feeling rather smug, I tucked the scale and Lodenstone back into my travel sack. I drew a deep breath and looked out over the town I had saved. Then I heard a grating noise, and I felt the roof shift beneath me. The front of the building sagged, crumbled, and I staggered as the world fell out from underneath me. I looked for a safe roof to leap to, but there were none close enough. I scrambled backward as the roof disintegrated into a mass of falling rubble. Desperate, I leapt for the charred branches of the oak tree. I grabbed one, but it snapped under my weight. I tumbled through the branches, struck my head, and fell into darkness. Chapter 82. Ash and Elm. I woke in a bed, in a room, in an inn. More than that was not immediately clear to me. It felt exactly like someone had hit me in the head with a church. I'd been cleaned and bandaged, very thoroughly bandaged. Someone had seen fit to treat all my recent injuries, no matter how minor. I had white linen around my head, my chest, my knee, and one of my feet. Someone had even cleaned and wrapped the mild abrasions on my hands and the knife wound from 3 days ago when Ambrose's thugs had tried to kill me. The lump on my head seemed to be the worst of the lot. It throbbed and left me dizzy when I lifted my head. Moving was a lesson in punitive anatomy. I swung my feet off the edge of the bed and grimaced. Deep tissue trauma to the medial polony in the right leg. I sat up. Oblique strain to the cartilage between the lower ribs. I got to my feet. Minor spraining of the damn, what was that called? I pictured Arwill's face, frowning behind his round spectacles. My clothes had been washed and mended. I put them on, moving slowly to savor all the exciting messages my body was sending. I was glad there wasn't a mirror in the room, knowing I must look completely battered. The bandage around my head was rather irritating, but I decided to leave it on. From the way things felt, it might be the only thing keeping my head from falling into several different pieces. I went to the window. It was overcast, and in the grey light the town looked awful. Soot and ash everywhere. The shop across the street had been smashed like a dollhouse under a soldier's boot. People moved about slowly, sifting through the wreckage. The clouds were thick enough that I couldn't tell what time it was. I heard a faint rush of air as the door opened, and I turned to see a young woman standing in the doorway. Young, pretty, unassuming. The sort of girl that always worked at little inns like this. Nellie. Nell. The sort of girl who spent her life in a perpetual flinch because the innkeeper had a temper and a sharp tongue and wasn't afraid to show her the back of his hand. She gaped at me, obviously surprised that I was out of bed. "Was anyone killed?" I asked. She shook her head. "The Lyran boy got his arm broke pretty bad, and some folk got burned and such." I felt my whole body relax. "You shouldn't be up, sir. The doctor said you weren't likely to wake up at all. You should rest." Has my cousin come back to town?" I asked. "The girl who was out at the Morton farm, is she here too?" The young woman shook her head. "It's just you, sir." "What time is it?" "Supper's not quite ready, sir, but I can bring you something if you like." My travel sack had been left by the side of the bed. I lifted it up onto my shoulder. It felt odd with nothing inside except the scale and loading stone. I looked around for my boots until I remembered I'd kicked them off to get better traction running around the rooftops last night. I left the room with the girl trailing behind me and headed down to the common room. It was the same fellow behind the bar as before, still wearing his scowl. I walked up to him. "My cousin," I said. "Is she in town?" The barman turned the scowl towards the doorway behind me as the young girl emerged. "Nell, what in God's hell are you doing letting him up? I swear you haven't got the sense God gave a dog." So her name really was Nell. I would have found that amusing under different circumstances. He turned to me and gave a smile that was really just a different sort of scowl. "Lord boy, does your face hurt? It's killing me." He chortled at his own joke. I glared at him. I asked about my cousin. He shook his head. "She hasn't come back. Good riddance to bad luck, I say." "Bring me bread, fruit, and whatever meat you have ready in the back," I said, "and a bottle of Avnish fruit wine, strawberry, if you have it." He leaned up against the bar and raised an eyebrow at me. His scowl reshaped itself into a small, patronizing smile. "No sense rushing about, son. The constable will be wanting to talk to you now that you're up." I clenched my teeth against my first choice of words and took a deep breath. "Listen." I've had an exceptionally irritating couple of days. My head hurts in ways you don't have the full wit to understand, and I have a friend who might be in trouble. I stared at him, icy in my calm. I have no desire to have things turn unpleasant, so I am asking you kindly to get me what I asked for. I brought out my purse. Please. He looked at me, anger slowly bubbling up onto his face. You mouthy little swaggercock. If you don't show me a little respect, I'll sit you down and tie you to a chair until the constable comes. I tossed an iron drab onto the bar, keeping another clenched tight in my fist. He scowled at it. What's that? I concentrated and felt a chill begin to bleed up my arm. That is your tip, I said, as a thin curl of smoke began to curl up from the drab. For your quick and courteous service. The varnish around the drab began to bubble and char in a black ring around the piece of iron. The man stared at it, mute and horrified. Now fetch me what I asked for, I said, looking him in the eye. And a skin of water too, or I will burn this place down around your ears and dance among the ashes and your charred sticky bones. I came to the top of the Greystone Hill with my travel sack full. I was barefoot, out of breath, and my head was throbbing. Denner was nowhere to be seen. Making a quick search of the area, I found all my scattered possessions where I'd left them, both blankets. The water skin was mostly empty, but other than that, everything was here. Denner might have just stepped away for a call of nature. I waited. I waited for longer
Two
than
casters.
entirely
It's
sensible.
not good. It's not good.
And I called for her softly at first, then louder, though my head throbbed when I shouted. Finally, I just sat. All I could think about was Denner waking alone, aching, thirsty, and disoriented. What was she? I ate a little then, trying to think of what I could do next. I considered opening the bottle of wine, but knew it was a bad idea, as I undoubtedly had a mild concussion. I fought off the irrational worry that Denner might have wandered into the woods in a delirium, and that I should go look for her. I considered lighting a fire, so she would see it and come back. No, I knew she was simply gone. She woke, saw that I wasn't there, and left. She had said it herself when we left the inn in Trebon. Leave where I'm not wanted, the rest I can make up as I go. Did she think I had abandoned her? Regardless, I knew in my bones that she was long gone from here. I packed up my travel sack. Then, just in case I was wrong, I wrote a note explaining what had happened, and that I would wait for her in Trebon for a day. I used a piece of coal to write her name on one of the greystones, then threw an arrow down to where I left all the food I had brought, a bottle of water, and one of the blankets. Then I left. My mood was not a pleasant one. My thoughts were not gentle or kind. When I came back to Trebon, dusk was closing over the city. I made my way onto the rooftops with a little more care than usual. I wouldn't be able to trust my balance until my head had a few days to mend itself. Still, it was no great feat to make it to the roof of the inn where I collected my boots. From this vantage, in the dim light, the town looked grim. The front half of the church had completely collapsed, and nearly a third of the town had been scarred by fire. Some buildings were merely singed, but others were little more than ash and cinders. Despite my best efforts, the fire must have raged out of control after I was knocked unconscious. I looked to the north and saw the peak of the Greystone Hill. I hoped to see the flicker of a fire, but there was nothing, of course. I made my way over to the flat roof of the town hall and climbed the ladder to the cistern. It was almost empty. A few feet of water rippled near the bottom, far below where my knife pinned a charred shingle to the wall. That explained the state the town was in. When the water level had dropped below my makeshift sigildry, the fire had flared up again. Still, it had slowed things down. If not for that, there might not be any town left at all. Back at the inn, a great many somber, sooty people were gathering to drink and gossip. My scowling friend was nowhere to be seen, but a cluster of folk were gathered around the bar, excitedly discussing something they saw there. The mayor and constable were there too. As soon as they spotted me, they rushed me into a private room to talk. I was tight-lipped and grim, and after the events of the last several days, not terribly intimidated by the authority of two paunchy old men. They could tell, and that made them nervous. I had a headache and didn't feel like explaining myself, and was quite comfortable tolerating an uncomfortable silence. Because of this, they talked quite a bit, and in asking their own questions, they told me most of what I wanted to know. The town's injuries were blessedly minor. Because it had been the harvest festival, no one had been caught sleeping. There were a lot of bruises, singed hair, and folk that had breathed more smoke than was good for them. But aside from a few bad burns and the fellow whose arm had been crushed by a falling timber, I looked to have had the worst of it. They knew beyond all certainty that the Dracus was a demon, a huge black demon breathing fire and poison. If there had been any slim sliver of doubt as to that fact, it had been laid to rest when the beast had been struck down by Telu's own iron. It was also agreed upon that the demon beast had been responsible for the destruction of the Morthen farm. A reasonable conclusion, despite the fact that it was dead wrong. Trying to convince them of anything else would be a pointless waste of my time. I had been found unconscious atop the iron wheel that had killed the demon. The local sawbone doctor had patched me up as best he could, and unfamiliar with the remarkable thickness of my skull, expressed serious doubts as to whether or not I would ever wake. At first, the general opinion was that I was merely an unlucky bystander, or that I had somehow pried the wheel off the church. However, my miraculous recovery, combined with the fact that I had charred a hole into the bar downstairs, encouraged people to finally take notice of what a young boy and an old widow had been saying all day, that when the old oak had gone up like a torch, they had seen someone standing on the roof of the church. He was lit by the fire below. His arms were raised in front of him, almost as if he were praying. Eventually, the mayor and constable ran out of things to say to fill the silence, and merely sat there, looking anxiously back and forth from me to each other. It occurred to me they didn't see a penniless, ragged boy sitting across from them. They saw a mysterious, battered figure who had killed a demon. I saw no reason to dissuade them. In fact, it was high time I caught a piece of luck in this business. If they considered me some sort of hero or holy man, it gave me useful leverage. "What did you do with the demon's body?" I asked, and watched them relax. Until this point, I had barely spoken a dozen words, responding to most of their tentative questions with grim silence. "Don't worry about that, sir," the constable said. "We knew what to do with it." My stomach knotted, and I knew before they told me. They'd burned and buried it. The creature was a scientific marvel, and they had burned and buried it like trash. I knew naturalist scrivs in the archives who would have cut off their hands to study such a rare creature. I had even hoped, deep in my heart, that bringing such an opportunity to their attention might win me my way back into the archives. And the scales and bone, hundreds of pounds of denatured iron that alchemists would have fought over. The mayor nodded eagerly and sing-song. "Dig a pit that's 10 by 2, ash and elm and rowan too." He cleared his throat. "Though it had to be a bigger hole than that, of course. Everyone took a turn to get it done as quickly as possible." He held up his hand, proudly displaying a set of fresh blisters. I closed my eyes and fought down the urge to throw things around the room and curse them in 8 languages. That explained why the town was still in such a sorry state. Everyone had been busy burning and burying a creature worth a king's ransom. Still, there was nothing to be done about it. I doubted my new reputation would be enough to protect me if they caught me trying to dig it up. The girl that survived the Morthen wedding, I said. Has anyone seen her today?
Interesting.
The mayor looked at the constable questioningly. Not that I've heard. Do you think she was connected to the beast in some way? What? The question was so absurd I didn't understand it at first. No, don't be ridiculous. I scowled at them. The last thing I needed was to somehow implicate Denner in all this. She was helping me in my work, I said, careful to keep things ambiguous. The mayor glared at the constable, then looked back to me. Is your work finished here? He asked carefully, as if afraid of giving offense. I certainly don't mean to pry into
Simple
your affairs,
people.
but... He licked his lips nervously. Why did this happen? Are we safe? You're as safe as I can make you, I said ambiguously. It sounded like a heroic thing to say. If all I was going to gain from this was a bit of reputation, I might as well make sure it was the right sort. Then I had an idea. To be certain of your safety, I need one thing. I leaned forward in my chair, lacing my fingers together. I need to know what Morthen dug up on Barrow Hill. I saw them look at each other, thinking, how does he know about that? I leaned back in the chair, fighting the urge to smile like a tomcat in a dovecote. I know what Morthen found up there. I can take steps to make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. I know it was a secret, but someone in town is bound to know more. Spread the word, and have anyone who knows anything come talk to me. I came to my feet smoothly. It took a conscious effort not to wince at the various twinges and aches. But have them come quickly. I leave tomorrow evening. I have pressing business to the south. Then I swept out the door, my cloak trailing rather dramatically behind me. I am a trooper to my bones, and when the scene is set, I know how to make an exit. I spent the next day eating good food and dozing in my soft bed. I took a bath, tended to my various wounds, and generally took a well-deserved rest. A few people stopped by to tell me what I already knew. Morthen had dug up barrow stones and found something buried there. What was it? Just something. No one knew more than that. I was sitting beside my bed, toying with the idea of writing a song about the Drakkars, when I heard a timid tapping at my door. So faint I almost missed it. Come in? The door opened a crack, then wider. A young girl of 13 or so looked around nervously and scurried inside, closing the door softly behind her. She had curling, mousy brown hair and a pale face with 2 spots of color high on each cheek. Her eyes were hollow and dark, as if she had been crying or missing sleep, or both. You wanted to know what Morthen dug up? She looked at me, then away. What's your name? I asked gently. Rainia Greyflock, she said dutifully, then dropped a hurried curtsy, looking at the floor. That's a lovely name, I said. Avarian is a tiny red flower. I smiled, trying to set her at ease. Have you ever seen one? She shook her head, eyes still on the floor. I'm guessing no one calls you Verania, then. Are you a Nina? She looked up at that. A faint smile showed itself on her stricken face. That's what my gran calls me. Come sit, Nina. I nodded to the bed, as it was the only other place to sit in the room. She sat, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. I seen it. The thing that got out of the barrow. She looked up at me, then down at her hands again. Jimmy, Morthen's youngest boy, he showed me. My heart beat faster. What was it? It was a big fancy pot, she said softly. About this high. She held her hand about 3 feet off the ground. It was shaking. It had all sorts of writings and pictures on it. really fancy. I haven't ever seen colours like that, and some of the paints were shiny like silver and gold. Pictures of what? I asked, fighting to keep my voice calm. People, she said. Mostly people. There was a woman holding a broken sword, and a man next to a dead tree, and another man with a dog biting his leg. She trailed off. Was there one with white hair and black eyes? She looked at me wide-eyed, nodded. Gave me the all August. She shivered. The Chandrian. It was a vase showing the Chandrian and their signs. Can you remember anything else about the pictures? I asked. Take your time, think hard. She thought about it. There was one with no face, just a hood with nothing inside. There was a mirror by his feet, and there was a bunch of moons over him. You know, full moon, half moon, sliver moon. She looked down, thinking. And there was a woman. She blushed. Some of her clothes off. Can you remember anything else? I asked. She shook her head. What about the writing? Nina shook her head. This was all foreign writing. It didn't say anything. Do you think you could draw any of the writing you saw on it? She shook her head again. I only saw it for half a moment, she said. Me and Jimmy knew we'd catch a beating if his dad caught us. Her eyes welled up with sudden tears. A demon's going to be coming for me too, because I've seen it. I shook my head reassuringly, but she burst into tears anyway. Been so scared since what happened out at Martin, she sobbed. Keep having dreams. I know they're going to come get me. I moved to sit next to her on the bed and put my arm around her, making comforting noises. Her sobbing slowly wound down. Nothing is going to come and get you. She looked up at me. She was no longer crying, but I could see the truth of things in her eyes. Underneath it all, she was still terrified. No amount of gentle words would be enough to reassure her. I stood and went over to my cloak. Let me give you something, I said, reaching into one of the pockets. I brought a piece of the sympathy lamp I was working on in the fishery. It was a disc of bright metal covered with intricate sigildry on one side. I brought it back to her. I got this charm when I was in Valoran, far away across the Stormwall Mountains. It is a most excellent charm against demons. I took her hand and pressed it into her palm. Nina looked down at it, then up at me. Won't you need it? I shook my head. I have other ways of keeping safe. She clutched it, tears spilling down her cheeks again. Oh, thank you. I'll keep it with me all the time. Her hands were white-knuckled around it. She would lose it. Not soon, but in a year or 2 or 10. It was human nature. And when that happened, she would be even worse off than before. There's no need for that, I said quickly. Here's how it works. I took her hand that clutched the piece of metal and wrapped it in my own. Close your eyes. Nina closed her eyes, and I slowly recited the first 10 lines of Ve Valora Satane. Not very appropriate, really, but it was all I could think of at the time. Tema is an impressive-sounding language, especially if you have a good dramatic baritone, which I did. I finished, and she opened her eyes. They were full of wonder, not tears. Now it's tuned to you, I said. No matter what, no matter where it is, it will protect you and keep you safe. You could even break it and melt it down, and the charm would still hold. She threw her arms around me and kissed my cheek, then stood suddenly, blushing.
All right.
Pale and stricken, her eyes were bright. I hadn't noticed before, but she was beautiful. She left soon after that, and I sat for a while on my bed thinking. Over the last month, I had pulled a woman from a blazing infernal.
I hope you too.
I had called fire and lightning down.
And the LAN party was a success.
To safety. I had even killed something that could have been either a dragon or a demon, depending on your point of view. But there, in that room, was the first time I actually felt like any sort of hero. If you're looking for a reason for the man I would eventually become, if you are looking for a beginning, look there. Chapter 83. Return. That evening I gathered up my things and made my way down to the common room. The townsfolk eyed me and murmured excitedly among themselves. I overheard a few comments as I walked to the bar and realized that yesterday most of them had seen me wrapped in bandages, presumably with terrible wounds underneath. Today the bandages were gone, and all they saw was some minor bruises. Another miracle. I fought to keep from smiling. The sullen innkeeper told me that he couldn't possibly dream of charging me, seeing as how the entire town was in my debt and all that. I insisted. No, absolutely not. He wouldn't hear of it. If only there was something else he could do to show his gratitude. I put on a thoughtful expression. Now that he mentioned it, I said, if he happened to have another bottle of that lovely strawberry wine. I made my way to Eavesdown docks and got a seat on a barge heading downriver. Then while I was waiting, I asked if any of the dock workers had seen a young woman come through here in the last couple of days, dark-haired, pretty. They had. She had been by yesterday afternoon and shipped downriver. I felt a certain amount of relief knowing that she was safe and relatively sound. But other than that, I didn't know what to think. Why hadn't she come to Trebon? Did she think I had abandoned her? Did she remember anything we had talked about that night as we lay on the Greystone together? We docked in Imre a few hours after dawn, and I went straight away to Debbie. After some spirited bargaining, I gave her the Lodenstone and a single talent in order to wipe out my extremely short-term loan of 20 talents. I still owed my original debt, but after all I'd been through, a 4-talent debt no longer seemed terribly ominous, despite the fact that my purse was largely empty again. It took a while to put my life back together. I'd only been gone 4 days, but I needed to make apologies and give explanations to all manner of people. I'd missed an appointment with Count Threep, and 2 meetings with Manet, and a lunch with Faire. Anchors had gone without a musician for 2 nights. Even Auri reproached me gently for not coming to visit her. I'd missed classes with Kilvin, Elk Sadal, and Arwyll. They all accepted my apologies with gracious disapproval. I knew that when next term's tuitions were set, I would end up paying for my sudden, largely unexplained absence. Most important were Will and Sim. They had heard rumors of a student attacked in an alley. Given Ambrose's smugger-than-usual expression of late, they expected I had been run out of town, or at worst, that I was weighted down with rocks at the bottom of the Omethi. They were the only ones that got a real explanation of what had happened. Though I didn't tell them the entire truth about why I was interested in the Chandrian, I did tell them the whole story, and showed them the scale. They were appropriately amazed, though they did tell me in plain terms that next time I would leave a note for them, or there would be hell to pay. And I looked for Denner, hoping to make my most important explanation of all. But as always, looking did no good. Chapter 84. A Sudden Storm. In the end, I found Denner, as I always do, through pure accident. I was walking hurriedly along, my mind full of other things, when I turned a corner and had to pull up short to keep from running headlong into her. We both stood there for a half-second, startled and speechless. Despite the fact that I'd been searching out her face in every shadow and carriage window for days, the sight of her
that is now the 6th chest and not a single green in it.
But not their depth. Her
Come on.
closeness pressed the breath out of my chest as if I'd suddenly been thrust deep underwater. I'd spent long hours thinking about how this meeting might go. I'd played the scene 1,000 times in my mind. I feared she would be distant, aloof, that she would spurn me for leaving her alone in the woods, that she would be silent and sullenly hurt. I worried that she might cry or curse me or simply turn and leave. Denna gave me a delighted smile. Grove. She caught up my hand and pressed it between her own. I've missed you. Where have you been? I felt myself go weak with relief. Oh, you know, here and there. I made a nonchalant gesture. Around. You left me dry in the dock the other day, she said with a mock serious glare. I waited, but the tide never came. I was about to explain things to her when Denna gestured to a man standing beside her. Forgive my rudeness, Quoth. This is Lentaran. I hadn't even noticed him. Lentaran, Quoth. Lentaran was tall and lean, well-muscled, well-dressed and well-bred. He had a jawline a mason would have been proud of, and straight white teeth. He looked like Prince Gallant out of a storybook.
Prince Charming is more like.
He smiled at me, his manner easy, friendly. Nice to meet you, Quoth, he said with a graceful half-bow. I returned the bow on pure reflex, smiling my most charming smile. At your service, Lentaran. I turned back to Denna. We should have lunch one of these days, I said blithely, arching one eyebrow ever so slightly, asking, Is this Mr. Ash? I have some interesting stories for you. Absolutely. She shook her head slightly, telling me no. You left before you could finish your last one. I was terribly disappointed that I missed the end. Distraught, in fact. Oh, it's just the same thing you've heard before. 100 times before, I said. Prince Gallant kills the dragon but loses the treasure and the girl. Ah, a tragedy.
A tragedy.
Not the ending I'd hoped for, but no more than I expected, I suppose. It would be something of a tragedy if it stopped there, I admitted, but it depends on how you look at it, really. I prefer to think of it as a story that's waiting for an appropriately uplifting sequel. A carriage trundled by on the road and Lentaran stepped out of the way, incidentally brushing up against Denna as he moved. She took hold of his arm absent-mindedly. I don't generally go in for serial stories, she said, her expression momentarily serious and unreadable. Then she shrugged and gave me a hint of a wry smile. But I've certainly changed my mind about these things before. Maybe you'll convince me otherwise. I gestured to the loot case I carried slung over my shoulder.
I could have.
I still play at Anchors most nights if you'd like to stop in. I will. Denna sighed and looked up at Lentaran. We're already late, aren't we? He squinted up at the sun and nodded. We are, but we can still catch them if we hurry. She turned back to me. I'm sorry, we have a riding appointment. I would never dream of keeping you, I said, graciously stepping to one side out of their way. Lentaran and I nodded politely to each other. I'll come find you before too long, she said, turning to face me as they walked past. Go on. I nodded in the direction they'd been heading. Don't let me keep you. They turned to go. I watched them walk through the cobbled streets of Imre together.
That
Will
must
and
hurt.
Sim were waiting for me by the time I arrived. They had already claimed a bench with a good view of the fountain in front of the Aeolian. Water flared up around statuary nymphs being chased by a satyr. I laid my loot case down beside the bench and absent-mindedly flipped open the lid, thinking my loot might enjoy the feel of a little sun on its strings. If you aren't a musician, I don't expect you to understand. Will handed me an apple as I took a seat next to them. The wind brushed through the square, and I watched the spray from the fountain move like gauzy curtains in the wind. A few red maple leaves danced circles on the cobblestones. I watched them as they skipped and twirled, tracing strange, complicated patterns in the empty air. I'm guessing you finally found Dana? Willem asked after a while. I nodded without looking away from the leaves. I didn't really feel like explaining. I could tell because you're quiet, he said. Didn't go well. Sim asked gently.
Hmm.
Didn't turn out the way I'd hoped, I said. They nodded sagely, and there was another moment of silence. I was thinking about what you told us, Will said. What your Dana said. There is a hole in her story. Sim and I looked at him, curious. She said she was looking for her patron, Willem pointed out. She was travelling with you to look for him, but later she said she knew he was safe because he... Will hesitated significantly. Met with her as she was heading back to the burning farm. It does not fit. Why would she hunt for him if she knew he was safe? I hadn't considered that. Before I could think of a response, Simon shook his head. She was just making an excuse to spend time with him, he said as if it were plain as day. Willem frowned a little. Sim looked back and forth between us, plainly surprised he had to explain himself. It's obvious she has a thing for you, he said and began counting on his fingers. She finds your anchors. She comes to get you that night at the Aeolian where we're drinking. She makes up an excuse to wander around the middle of nowhere with you for a couple of days. Sim, I said, exasperated. If she was interested, I'd be able to find her more than once in a month of searching. That's a logical fallacy, Sim pointed out eagerly. Cause. All that proves is that you're lousy at finding her, or that she's hard to find, not that she's not interested. In fact, Willem pointed out, taking up Simon's side, since she finds you more often, it seems likely that she must spend a fair amount of time looking for you. You're not easy to track down. That indicates interest. I thought about the note she had left me, and for a moment, I entertained the thought that Sim might be right. I felt a faint hope flicker in my chest, remembering that night we lay atop the greystone. Then I remembered that Denna had been delirious out of her mind that night, and I remembered Denna on Lantaran's arm. I thought of tall, handsome, wealthy Lantaran and all the other countless men who had something worthwhile to offer her, something more than a good singing voice and manly bravado. You know I'm right. Simon pushed his hair out of his eyes, laughing boyishly. You can't argue your way out of this one. She's obviously stupid for you. And you're just plain stupid, so it's a great match. I sighed. Sim, I'm happy to have her as a friend. She's a delightful person, and I'm glad to spend time with her. That's all there is. I forced the proper amount of jovial unconcern into my voice, so Sim would take me at my word and drop the subject for the time being. Sim looked at me for a moment, then shrugged it off. If that's the case, he said, gesturing with his piece of chicken. Faire talks about you all the time, thinks you're a hell of a guy, plus the whole saving her life thing. I'm pretty sure you have a chance there. I shrugged, watching the patterns the wind made in the fountain's spray.
For what reason I make steel?
Sim stopped mid-thought, staring past me, his expression going suddenly blank. I turned to see what he was looking at, and saw my loot case. Empty. My loot was gone. I looked around wildly, ready to spring to my feet and dash off searching for it. But there was no need. A few feet away stood Ambrose and a few of his friends. He held my loot loosely in one hand. Oh, merciful tale, Simon muttered behind me. Then at a normal volume he said, Give it back, Ambrose. Quiet, Elia, Ambrose snapped. This is none of your concern. I got to my feet, keeping my eyes on him, on my loot. I'd come to think of Ambrose as taller than me, but when I stood, I saw that we were eye level with each other. Ambrose seemed a bit surprised as well. Give it to me, I said, and stretched out my hand. I was surprised to see that it wasn't shaking. I was shaking inside, half fear, half fury. Two parts of me tried to speak at the same time. The first part cried, Please don't do anything to it. Not again. Don't break it. Please give it back. Don't hold it by the neck like that. The other half of me was chanting, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, like spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I took a step forward.
That was he.
Give it to me. My voice sounded odd to my own ears, emotionless and flat, flat as my outstretched palm. I'd stopped shaking inside. He paused for a moment, caught unaware by something in my tone. I could sense his unease, I wasn't acting the way he had expected. Behind me, I could hear Willem and Simon hold their breath. Behind Ambrose, his friends paused, suddenly unsure. Ambrose smiled and cocked an eyebrow. "But I've written a song for you and it needs to be accompanied." He gripped the lute roughly and dragged his fingers across the strings with no thought for rhythm or tune. People stopped to watch as he sang. "There once was a rabble named Quoth, whose tongue was quick at quipping. The masters thought him clever and rewarded him with a whipping." Quite a few passers-by had stopped to watch by this point, smiling and laughing at Ambrose's little show. Encouraged, Ambrose made a sweeping bow. "Everyone sing!" he shouted, raising his hands like an orchestra conductor, gesturing with my lute like a baton. I took another step forward. "Give it back, or I will kill you." At that moment, I meant it in perfect earnest. Everything grew quiet again. Seeing he wasn't going to get the rise he had expected from me, Ambrose affected nonchalance. "Some people have no sense of humor," he said with a sigh. "Catch!" He tossed it to me. But lutes are not meant to be tossed. It twisted awkwardly in the air, and when I grabbed, there was nothing in my hands. Whether he was clumsy or cruel makes not the slightest difference to me. My lute hit the cobblestones, bowl first, and made a splintering noise. The sound reminded me of the terrible noise my father's lute had made, crushed beneath my body in a soot-streaked alley in Tarby. I bent to pick it up, and it made a noise like a wounded animal. Ambrose half turned to look back at me, and I saw flickers of amusement play across his face. I opened my mouth to howl, to cry, to curse him, but something other tore from my throat. A word I did not know and could not remember. Then all I could hear was the sound of the wind. It roared into the courtyard like a sudden storm. A nearby carriage slid sideways across the cobblestones, its horses rearing up in panic. Sheet music was torn from someone's hands to streak around us like strange lightning. I was pushed forward a step. Everyone was pushed by the wind. Everyone but Ambrose, who pinwheeled to the ground as if struck by the hand of God. Then everything was still again. Papers fell, twisting like autumn leaves. People looked around, dazed, their hair tousled and clothes in disarray. Several people staggered as they braced against a storm that was no longer there. My throat hurt. My lute was broken. Ambrose staggered to his feet. He held his arm awkwardly at his side, and blood was running down from his scalp. The look of wild, confused fear he gave me was a brief, sweet pleasure. I considered shouting at him again, wondering what would happen. Would the wind come again? Would the ground swallow him up? I heard a horse whinnying in panic. People began to pour from the Aeolian and the other buildings around the courtyard. Musicians looked around wildly, and everyone was talking at once. "What's that? Notes are all over. Help me before they get... Did it? Him over there, with the red demon, a demon of the wind, and..." I looked around in mute confusion, until Willem and Simon hurried me away. "We didn't know where to take him," Simon said to Kilvin. "Say it all to me again," Kilvin said calmly. "But this time, only one talks." He pointed at Willem. "Try to put the words all in a tidy row." We were in Kilvin's office. The door was closed and the curtains drawn. Willem began to explain what had happened. As he gained speed, he switched to Siaru. Kilvin kept nodding along, his face thoughtful. Simon listened intently, occasionally interjecting a word or two. I sat on a stool nearby. My mind was a whirl of confusion and half-formed questions. My throat was sore. My body was weary and full of sour adrenaline. In the middle of it all, deep in the center of my chest, a piece of me burned in anger like a forge coal fanned red and hot. All around me there was a great numbness, as if I was sealed in wax 10 inches thick. There was no Kvothe, only the confusion, the anger, and the numbness wrapping him. I was like a sparrow in a storm, unable to find a safe branch to cling to, unable to control the tumbling motion of my flight. Willem was reaching the end of his explanation when Elodine entered the room without knocking or announcing himself. Willem fell silent. I spared the master namer half a glance, then looked back toward the shattered lute in my hand. As I turned it over in my hands, one of its sharp edges cut my finger. I blankly watched the blood well up and fall to the floor. Elodine came to stand directly in front of me, not bothering to speak to anyone else. "Quoth, he's not right, master," Simon said, his voice shrill with worry. "He's gone all dumb. He won't say a thing." While I heard the words, knew they had meaning, even knew the meanings that belonged to them, I couldn't pull any sense from them. "I think he struck his head," Willem said. "He looks at you, but nothing is there. His eyes are like a dog's eyes." "Quoth," Elodin repeated. When I didn't respond or look up from my lute, he reached forward and gently tipped my chin up until I met his eye. "Quoth." I blinked. He looked at me. His dark eyes steadied me somewhat, slowed the storm inside me. "Irelef Sedi," he said. "Say it." "What?" Simon said somewhere in the distant background. "Wind?" "Irelef Sedi," Elodin repeated patiently, his dark eyes intent upon my face. "Irelef Sedi," I said numbly. Elodin closed his eyes briefly, peacefully, as if he were trying to catch a faint strain of music wafting gently on a breeze. Unable to see his eyes, I began to drift. I looked back down toward the broken lute in my hands, but before my gaze wandered too far, he caught my chin again, tilting my face up. His eyes caught mine. The numbness faded, but the storm still turned inside my head. Then Elodin's eyes changed. He stopped looking toward me and looked into me. That is the only way I can describe it. He looked deep into me, not into my eyes, but through my eyes. His gaze went into me and settled solidly in my chest, as if he had both his hands inside me, feeling the shape of my lungs, the movement of my heart, the heat of my anger, the pattern of the storm that thundered inside me. He leaned forward, and his lips brushed my ear. I felt his breath. He spoke, and the storm stilled. I found a place to land. There is a game all children try at some time or another. You fling out your arms and spin round and round, watching as the world blurs. First you are disoriented, but if you continue to spin long enough, the world resolves itself, and you are no longer dizzy as you spin with the world blurring around you. Then you stop, and the world lurches into regular shape. The dizziness strikes you like a thunderclap. Everything lurches, moves, the world tilts around you. That is what happened when Elodin stilled the storm in my head. Suddenly, violently dizzy, I cried out and raised my hands to keep myself from falling sideways, falling upward, falling inward. I felt arms catch me as my feet tangled in the stool, and I began to topple to the floor. It was terrifying, but it faded.
Be careful.
By the time I recovered, Elodin was gone. Chapter 85. Hands Against Me. Simon and Willem took me to my room at Anchor's, where I fell into bed and spent 18 hours behind the doors of sleep. When I woke the next day, I felt surprisingly good, considering I had slept in my clothes and my bladder felt stretched to the size of a sweet melon. Fortune smiled on me, giving me enough time for a meal and a bath before one of Jameson's errand boys tracked me down. I was needed in the master's hall. I was due to be on the horns in half an hour. Ambrose and I stood before the master's table. He had accused me of malfeasance. In retaliation, I had accused him of theft, destruction of property, and conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum. After my previous experience on the Horns, I had familiarized myself with the Rerum Codex, the university's official rules. I'd read them twice, to be certain of how things were done around here. I knew them like the backs of my hands. Unfortunately, this meant I knew exactly how much trouble I was in. The charge of malfeasance was a serious one. If they found me guilty of intentionally harming Ambrose, I would be whipped and expelled from the university. There was little doubt that I had hurt Ambrose. He was bruised and limping. A garish red abrasion colored his forehead. He wore a sling as well, but I was fairly certain that was merely a piece of drama he had added on his own. The trouble was, I didn't have the slightest idea what had really happened. I hadn't had the opportunity to speak with anyone, not even to thank Elodine for helping me yesterday in Kilvin's shop. The masters allowed each of us to speak our piece. Ambrose was on his best behavior, which meant he was very polite when he spoke at all. After a while, I began to suspect that his sluggishness might be from a too liberal dose of painkiller. By the glaze in his eyes, my guess was laudanum.
Let's deal with the grievances in order of their severity,
the Chancellor said after we had related our sides of the story. Master Heme made a gesture, and the Chancellor nodded for him to speak. We should pare the charges down before we vote, Heme said. Eliaquoth's complaints are redundant. You cannot charge a student with both theft and destruction of the same property. It is either one or the other. Why do you say that, Master? I asked politely. Theft implies the possession of another's property, Heme said in reasonable tone. How can you possess something that you have destroyed? One charge or the other should be set aside. The Chancellor looked at me.
Eliaquoth, do you wish to set aside one of your complaints?
No, sir. Then I call for a vote to set aside the charge of theft, Heme said. The Chancellor glared at Heme, chastising him silently for speaking out of turn, then turned back to me.
Stubbornness in the face of reason is hardly laudable, Elia, and Master Heme makes a convincing argument.
Master Heme makes a flawed argument, I said evenly. Theft implies acquisition of another's property. It is ridiculous to imply you cannot destroy what you have stolen. I saw a few of the masters nod at this, but Heme persisted. Master Lauren, what is the punishment for theft?
The student may be given no more than 2 single lashes across the back,
Lauren recited,
and must return the property or the price of the property, plus a fine of 1 silver talent.
And the punishment for destruction of property?
The student must pay for the replacement or repair of the property.
You see, Heme said, there is the possibility that he would have to pay twice for the same loot. There is no justice in that. It would be punishing him twice for the same thing. No, Master Heme, I interjected. It would be punishing him for theft and for destruction of property. The Chancellor gave me the same look Heme had earned before for speaking out of turn, but I bulled ahead. If I had lent him my loot and he had broken it, that would be one matter. If he had stolen it and left it intact, that would be another. It is not one or the other, it is both. The Chancellor rapped his knuckles on the table to quiet us.
I take it then that you will not set aside one of the charges.
I will not. Heme raised a hand and was recognized. I call for a vote to strike the charge of theft.
All in favor,
the Chancellor said wearily. Heme raised his hand, as did Brander, Mandrag, and Lauren.
5.5 to 4. Grievance stands.
The Chancellor pressed on before anyone could slow things down.
Who finds Raylar Ambrose guilty of destruction of property?
Everyone raised their hands but Heme and Brandir. The Chancellor looked at me.
How much did you pay for your loot?
9 talents and 6. I lied, knowing it to be a reasonable price. Ambrose roused himself at this.
Come now, you've never held 10 talents in your life.
Annoyed, the Chancellor rapped his knuckles at the interruption. But Brandier raised a hand to speak.
Raylar Ambrose does raise an interesting point. How does a student who came to us destitute come by such money?
A few of the masters looked at me speculatively. I looked down as if embarrassed.
I won it playing corners, sirs.
There was an amused mutter. Elodine laughed out loud. The Chancellor rapped the table.
Raylar Ambrose to be fined 9 talents and 6. Does any master oppose this action?
Heme raised his hand and was voted down.
On the grievance of theft, number of lashes sought.
None, I said, raising a few eyebrows.
Who finds Raylar Ambrose guilty of theft?
The Chancellor called out. Heme, Brandier, and Lauren kept their hands down.
Raylar Ambrose to be fined 10 talents and 6. Does any master oppose this action?
Heme kept his hand down this time, looking sullen. The Chancellor took a deep breath and let it out in a rush.
Master Archivist, what is the punishment for conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum?
Student may be fined, lashed, suspended from the Arcanum, or expelled from the university, depending on the severity of grievance,
Lauren said calmly.
Punishment sought?
Suspension from the Arcanum,
I said, as if it were the most sensible thing in the world.
Oh no, I
Ambrose
brings the insignia. Oh.
What?
He said incredulously, turning to face me. Heme chimed in.
Herma, this is growing ridiculous.
The Chancellor looked at me with a tinge of reproach.
I'm afraid I must agree with Master Heme, Elia Quoth. I hardly think that this is grounds for suspension.
I disagree,
I said, attempting to bring all my powers of persuasion to bear.
Think on what you've heard. For no other reason than his personal distaste for me, Ambrose chose to publicly mock me, then steal and destroy the only thing I owned of any value. Is this the sort of behavior that a member of the Arcanum should exhibit? Is this the attitude you wish to cultivate in the rest of the Raylar? Are petty meanness and spite characteristics you approve of in students who seek to become Arcanists? It has been 200 years since we have seen an Arcanist burned. If you succeed in giving guilders to petty children such as this,
I gestured to Ambrose,
that long-standing peace and safety will be over in a scant handful of years.
It swayed them. I could see it on their faces. Ambrose moved nervously beside me, his eyes darting from face to face. After a moment of silence, the Chancellor called for the vote.
Those in favor of suspension for Raylar Ambrose.
Arwill's hand went up, followed by Lauren's, Elodin's, Elk Sadal. There was a tense moment. I looked from Kilvin to the Chancellor, hoping to see one of their hands join the others. The moment passed.
Grievance failed.
Ambrose let out a breath. I was only slightly disappointed. In fact, I was rather surprised I had managed to carry it as far as I had.
Now,
The Chancellor said as if preparing himself for a great effort.
the grievance of malfeasance against Elia Quoth.
From 4 to 15 single lashes and mandatory expulsion from the university,
Lauren recited.
Lashes sought.
Ambrose turned to look at me. I could see the wheels in his mind turning, trying to calculate how heavy a price he could make me pay and still have the Master's vote in his favor. 6. I felt a leaden fear settle into the pit of my stomach. I didn't care one whit about the lashes. I would take 24 if it would keep me from being expelled. If I were thrown from the university, my life was over. Chancellor? I said. He gave me a tired, kindly look. His eyes said he understood, but that he had no choice but to see things through to their natural end. The gentle pity in his look frightened me. He knew what was going to happen. Yes, Eliakworth. Might I say a few things?
You have already given your defense,
he said firmly. But I don't even know what I did! I burst out, panic overwhelming my composure.
6 slashes and expulsion.
The Chancellor carried on in an official voice, ignoring my outburst.
All those in favor.
Heme raised his hand. Brandir and Arwyll followed. My heart sank as I saw the Chancellor raise his hand, and Lauren, and Kilvin, and Elxadal. Last of all was Elodin, who smiled lazily and waggled the fingers of his upraised hand as if waving. All 9 hands against me. I was to be expelled from the university. My life was over. Chapter 86. The Fire Itself.
6 lashes and expulsion,
the Chancellor said heavily. Expulsion. I thought numbly as if I had never heard the word before. To expel, to cast violently away. I could feel Ambrose's satisfaction radiating outward. For a second I was afraid that I was going to be violently ill right there in front of everyone.
Does any master oppose this action?
The Chancellor asked ritualistically as I looked down at my feet. I do. The stirring voice could only be Elodin's.
All in favor of suspending expulsion.
I looked up again in time to see Elodin's hand. Elxadal's, Kilvin, Lauren, the Chancellor, all hands save Heme's. I almost laughed out of shock and sheer disbelief. Elodin gave me his boyish smile again.
Expulsion repealed,
the Chancellor said firmly, and I felt Ambrose's satisfaction flicker and wane beside me.
Are there any further issues?
I caught an odd note in the Chancellor's voice. He was expecting something. It was Elodin who spoke. I move that Quoth be raised to the rank of Raylar.
All in favor?
All hands save Hemes were raised in a single motion.
Growth is raised to Raylar with Elodin as sponsor on the 5th of Fellow. Meeting adjourned.
He pushed himself up from the table and made his way to the door. What? Ambrose yelled, looking around as if he couldn't decide who he was asking. Finally, he scampered off after Heme, who was making a quick exit behind the Chancellor and the majority of the other masters. I noticed he wasn't limping nearly as much as he had before the trial began. Bewildered, I stood stupidly until Elodin came over and shook my unresponsive hand. Confused? He asked. Come walk with me. I'll explain. The bright afternoon sunlight was a shock after the shadowy cool of hollows. Elodin awkwardly pulled his master's robes up over his head. Underneath he was wearing a simple white shirt and a pair of rather disreputable-looking pants held up by a piece of frayed rope. I saw for the first time that he was barefoot. The tops of his feet showed the same healthy tan as his arms and face. Do you know what Raylar means? He asked me conversationally. It translates as speaker, I said. Do you know what it means? He stressed the word. Not really, I admitted. Elodin drew a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a university. It was built in the dead ruins of an older university. It wasn't very big, perhaps 50 people in all. But it was the best university for miles and miles. So people came and learned and left. There was a small group of people who gathered there. People whose knowledge went beyond mathematics and grammar and rhetoric. They started a smaller group inside the university. They called it the Arcanum, and it was a very small, very secret thing. They had a ranking system among themselves, and your rise through those ranks was due to prowess and nothing else. One entered this group,
by proving they could see things for what they really were. They became Elir, which means seer. How do you think they became Rela? He looked at me expectantly. By speaking. He laughed. Right. He stopped and turned to face me. But speaking what? His eyes were bright and sharp. Words? Names, he said excitedly. Names are the shape of the world, and the man who can speak them is on the road to power. Back in the beginning, the Arcanum was a small collection of men who understood things, men who knew powerful names. They taught a few students slowly, carefully encouraging them toward power and wisdom. And magic. Real magic. He looked around at the buildings and milling students. In those days, the Arcanum was a strong brandy. Now it is well-watered wine. I waited until I was sure he was finished. Master Elodine, what happened yesterday? I held my breath and hoped beyond hope for an intelligible answer. He gave me a quizzical look. You called the name of the wind, he said as if the answer were obvious. But what does that mean? And what do you mean by name? Is it just a name like Kvothe or Elodine, or is it more like Tarbolin knew the names of many things? Like both, he said, waving to a pretty girl leaning out of a second-story window. But how can a name do something like that? Kvothe and Elodine are just sounds we make. They don't have any power by themselves. Elodine raised his eyebrows at this. Really? Watch. He looked down the street. Nathan! He shouted. A boy turned to look in our direction. I recognized him as one of Jameson's errand boys. Nathan, come here! The boy trotted over and looked up at Elodine. Yes, sir? Elodine handed the boy his master's robe. Nathan, would you take this to my rooms for me? Certainly, sir. The boy took the robe and hurried away. Elodine looked at me. Do you see? The names we call each other are not names, but they have some power nonetheless. That's not magic, I protested. He had to listen to you. You're a master. And you're a Rela, he said implacably. You called the wind, and the wind listened. I struggled with the concept. You're saying the wind is alive? He made a vague gesture. In a way, most things are alive in one way or another. I decided to take a different tack.
What can I do for you?
How did I call the wind if I didn't know how? Elodine clapped his hands together sharply. That is an excellent question. The answer is that each of us has two minds, a waking mind and a sleeping mind. Our waking mind is what thinks and talks and reasons, but the sleeping mind is more powerful. It sees deeply to the heart of things. It is the part of us that dreams. It remembers everything. It gives us intuition. Your waking mind does not understand the nature of names. Your sleeping mind does. It already knows many things that your waking mind does not. Elodine looked at me. Remember how you felt after you called the name of the wind? I nodded, not enjoying the memory. When Ambrose broke your lute, it roused your sleeping mind like a great hibernating bear jabbed with a burning stick. It reared up and roared the name of the wind. He swung his arms around wildly, attracting odd looks from passing students. Afterwards, your waking mind did not know what to do. It was left with an angry bear. What did you do? I can't remember what you whispered to me. It was a name. It was a name that settled the angry bear, eased it back to sleep. But it is not sleeping so soundly now. We need to rouse it slowly and bring it under your control. Is that why you moved to suspend my expulsion? He made a dismissive gesture. You are in no real danger of being expelled. You are not the first student to call the name of the wind in anger, though you are the first in several years. Some strong emotion usually wakes the sleeping mind for the first time. He smiled. The name of the wind came to me when I was arguing with Elk Sadal. When I shouted it, his braziers exploded in a cloud of burning ash and cinder. He chuckled. What did he do to make you so angry? He refused to teach me the advanced bindings. I was only 14 and an Elia. He told me I would have to wait until I was a Railar. There are advanced bindings? He grinned at me. Secrets, Railar quote. That is what being an arcanist is all about. Now that you are a Railar, you are entitled to certain things that were withheld before. The advanced sympathetic bindings, the nature of names, some smattering of dubious runes, if Kelvin thinks you're ready. Hope rose in my chest. Does this mean I'm allowed access to the archives now? Ah, Elodine said. No, not in the least. You see, the archives are Lawrence's domain, his kingdom. Those secrets are not mine to give away. At his mention of secrets, my mind settled on one that had been bothering me for months. The secret at the heart of the archives. What about the stone door in the archives? I asked. The 4-plate door. Now that I'm a Railar, can you tell me what's behind it? Elodin laughed. Oh, no. You don't aim for small secrets, do you? He clapped me on the back as if I just made an especially good joke. Alaritas. God. I can still remember what it was like standing down there looking at the door, wondering. He laughed again. Merciful tale would almost kill me. He shook his head. No, you don't get to go behind the 4-plate door, but he gave me a conspiratorial look. Since you are a Railar. He looked from side to side as if afraid that someone might overhear us. I leaned closer. Since you are a Railar, I will admit that it exists. He gave me a solemn wink. Disappointed as I was, I couldn't help but smile. We walked for a while in silence, past mains, past anchors. Master Elodine? Yes? His eyes followed a squirrel across the road and up a tree. I still don't understand about names. I will teach you to understand, he said easily. The nature of names cannot be described, only experienced and understood. Why can't it be described? I asked. If you understand a thing, you can describe it. Can you describe all the things you understand? He looked sideways at me. Of course. Elodin pointed down the street. What color is that boy's shirt? Blue. What do you mean by blue? Describe it. I struggled for a moment. Failed. So, blue is a name. It is a word. Words are pale shadows of forgotten names. As names have power, words have power. Words can light fires in the minds of men. Words can wring tears from the hardest hearts. There are 7 words that will make a person love you. There are 10 words that will break a strong man's will. But a word is nothing but a painting of a fire. A name is the fire itself. My head was swimming by this point. I still don't understand. He laid a hand on my shoulder. Using words to talk of words is like using a pencil to draw a picture of itself on itself. Impossible, confusing, frustrating. He lifted his hands high above his head as if stretching for the sky. But there are other ways to understanding! He shouted, laughing like a child. He threw both arms to the cloudless arch of sky above us, still laughing. Look! He shouted, tilting his head back. Blue! 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 Chapter 87. A Heavy Question.
He's quite mad, I said to Simon and Willem later that afternoon at Anchor's. He's a master, Sim responded tactfully, and your sponsor, and from what you've told us, he's the reason you weren't expelled. I'm not saying that he isn't intelligent, and I've seen him do things that I can't begin to explain, but the fact remains that he is completely off his nut. He talks in circles about names and words and power. It sounds good while he's saying it, but it doesn't really mean anything. Quit complaining, Simon said. You beat both of us to Raylar, even if your sponsor is cracked, and you got paid 2 span of silver for breaking Ambrose's arm. You got away free as a bird. I wish I had half your luck. Not quite free as a bird, I said. I'm still going to be whipped. What? Sim said. I thought you said they suspended it. They suspended my expulsion, I said, not the whipping. Simon gaped. My God, why not? Malfeasance, Willem said in a low voice. They can't let a student get off board free after they voted them guilty of malfeasance. That's what Elodine said. I took a drink. Took another. I don't care, Simon said hotly. It's barbaric. He hammered out his last word on the table with his fist, upsetting his glass and spilling a dark pool of scuttle across the table. Shit! He scrambled to his feet and tried to keep it from spilling on the floor with his hands. I laughed helplessly until there was water in my eyes and my stomach ached. I felt a weight lift off my chest as I finally regained my breath. I love you, Sim, I said earnestly. Sometimes I think you're the only honest person I know. He looked me over. You're drunk. No, it's the truth. You're a good person. Better than I'll ever be. He gave me a look that said he couldn't tell if he was being made fun of or not. A serving girl came over with wet rags, wiped the table clean, and made a few barbed comments. Sim had the decency to look embarrassed enough for all of us. By the time I made it back to the university, it was fully dark. I stopped briefly at Anchor's to pick up a few things, then made my way onto the roof of Main's. I was surprised to find Auri waiting for me on the roof despite the clear sky. She sat on a short brick chimney, swinging her bare feet idly. Her hair made a gauzy cloud around her tiny form. She hopped down when I came closer and gave a little half-step sideways that was almost like a curtsy. Good evening, Quoth. Good evening, Auri, I said. How are you? I'm lovely, she said firmly, and it is a lovely night. She held both her hands behind her back and shifted from foot to foot. What have you brought me tonight? I asked. She gave her sunny smile. What have you brought me? I pulled a narrow bottle from underneath my cloak. I brought you some honey wine. She took hold of it with both hands. Why, this is a princely gift. She peered down at me wonderingly. Think of all the tipsy bees. She pulled the cork and sniffed it. What's in it? Sunlight, I said, and a smile and a question. She held the mouth of the bottle up to her ear and grinned at me. The question's at the bottom, I said. A heavy question, she said, then held her hand out to me. I brought you a ring. It was made of warm, smooth wood. What does it do? I asked. It keeps secrets, she said. I held it to my ear. Aori shook her head seriously, her hair swirling around her. It doesn't tell them, it keeps them. She stepped close to me and took the ring, sliding it onto my finger. It's quite enough to have a secret, she chided me gently. Anything more would be greedy. It fits, I said, somewhat surprised. They're your secrets, she said, as if explaining something to a child. Who else would it fit? Aori brushed her hair away behind her and made her curious half-step to the side again, almost like a curtsy, almost like a tiny dance. I was wondering if you would join me for dinner tonight, Quoth, she said, her face serious. I have brought apples and eggs. I can also offer a lovely honey wine. I'd love to share dinner with you, Aori, I said formally. I have brought bread and cheese. Aori scampered down into the courtyard and in a few minutes returned with a delicate porcelain teacup for me. She poured the honey wine for both of us, drinking hers in a series of dainty sips from a silver beggar's cup hardly bigger than a thimble. I sat down on the roof, and we shared our meal. I had a large loaf of brown barley bread and a wedge of hard white Dalamere cheese. Auri had ripe apples and a half-dozen brown-spotted eggs that she had somehow managed to hard-boil. We ate them with salt I brought out from a pocket in my cloak. We shared most of the meal in silence, simply enjoying each other's company. Auri sat cross-legged with her back straight and her hair fanning out to all sides. As always, her careful delicacy somehow made this makeshift meal on a rooftop seem like a formal dinner in some nobleman's hall.
The wind has been bringing leaves into the underthing lately,
Auri said conversationally toward the end of the meal.
through the grates and tunnels. They settle in the downings, so things are all a rustle there.
Is that so? She nodded.
And a mother owl has moved in, made her nest right in the middle of the grade 12, bold as brass.
She's something of a rarity then? She nodded.
Absolutely. Owls are wise. They are careful and patient. Wisdom precludes boldness.
She sipped from her cup, holding the handle daintily between her thumb and forefinger.
That is why owls make 4 heroes.
Wisdom precludes boldness. After my recent adventures in Trebon, I couldn't help but agree. But this one is adventurous? An explorer?
Oh, yes.
Auri said, her eyes wide.
She is fearless. She has a face like a wicked moon.
She refilled her tiny silver cup with honey wine and emptied the last of it into my teacup. After tipping the bottle all the way upside down, she pursed her lips and blew across the top of it in 2 sharp bursts so that it made a hooting noise.
Where's my question?
She demanded. I hesitated, unsure as to how she would respond to my request. I was wondering, Auri, would you mind showing me the underthing? Auri looked away, suddenly shy.
Quoth, I thought you were a gentleman,
she said, tugging self-consciously at her ragged shirt.
Imagine asking to see a girl's underthing.
She looked down, her hair hiding her face. I held my breath for a moment, choosing my next words carefully lest I startle her back underground. While I was thinking, Auri peeked at me through the curtain of her hair. Auri? I asked slowly. Are you joking with me? She looked up and grinned.
Yes, I am,
she said proudly.
Isn't it wonderful?
Auri took me through the heavy metal grate in the abandoned courtyard, down into the underthing. I brought out my hand lamp to light the way. Auri had a light of her own, something she held in her cupped hands that gave off a soft blue-green glow. I was curious about what she held, but didn't want to press her for too many secrets at once. At first, the underthing was exactly what I had expected. Tunnels and pipes. Pipes for sewage, water, steam, and coal gas. Great black pig iron pipes a man could crawl through. Small, bright brass pipes no bigger around than your thumb. There was a vast network of stone tunnels branching and connecting at odd angles. If there were any rhyme or reason to the place, it was lost on me. Auri gave me a whirlwind tour,
again 3
proud as a new mother,
dots.
excited as a little girl. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I soon lost myself in the excitement of the moment, ignoring my original reasons for wanting to explore the tunnels. There is nothing quite so delightfully mysterious as a secret in your own backyard. We made our way down 3 spiral staircases made of black wrought iron to reach the Grey 12. It was like standing at the bottom of a canyon. Looking up, I could see faint moonlight filtering in through drain grates far overhead. The mother owl was gone, but Auri showed me the nest. The deeper we went, the stranger things became. The round tunnels for drainage and pipes disappeared and were replaced with squared-off hallways and stairways strewn with rubble. Rotting wooden doors hung off rusted hinges, and there were half-collapsed rooms filled with mouldering tables and chairs. One room had a pair of bricked-up windows, despite the fact that we were, at my best guess, at least 50 feet below ground. Deeper still, we came to Through Bottom, a room like a cathedral, so big that neither Aori's blue light nor my red one reached the highest peaks of the ceiling. All around us were huge, ancient machines. Some lay in pieces, broken gears taller than a man, leather straps gone brittle with age, great wooden beams that were now explosions of white fungus, huge as hedgerows. Other machines were intact, but worn by centuries of neglect. I approached an iron block as big as a farmer's cottage, and broke off a single flake of rust large as a dinner plate. Underneath was nothing but more rust. Nearby there were 3 great pillars, covered in green verdigris, so thick it looked like moss. Many of the huge machines were beyond identifying, looking more melted than rusted. But I saw something that might have been a water wheel, 3 stories tall, lying in a dry canal that ran like a chasm through the middle of the room. I had only the vaguest of ideas as to what any of the machines might have done. I had no guess at all as to why they had lain here for uncounted centuries, deep underground. There didn't seem. Chapter 88. Interlude. Looking. The sound of heavy boots on the wooden landing startled the men sitting in the Waystone Inn. Quoth bolted to his feet mid-sentence and was halfway to the bar before the front door opened and the first of the felling night crowd made their way inside.
"You've got hungry men here, Colt,"
Cobb called out as he opened the door. Shep, Jake, and Graham followed him inside. "We might have a little something in the back," Coach said. "I could run and fetch it straight away unless you'd like drinks first." There was a chorus of friendly assent as the men settled onto their stools at the bar. The exchange had a well-worn feel, comfortable as old shoes. Chronicler stared at the red-haired man behind the bar. There was nothing left of Quoth in him. It was just an innkeeper, friendly, servile, and so unassuming as to almost be invisible. Jake took a long drink before noticing Chronicler sitting at the far end of the room. "Well, look at you, Colt, a new customer. Now, we're lucky to have got any seats at all." Shep chuckled. Cobb swiveled his stool around and peered at where Chronicler sat next to Bast, pen still poised over his paper. "Is he a scribe or summat?" "He is," Coach said quickly. "Came into town late last night." Cobb squinted toward them. "What's he writing?" Coat lowered his voice a bit, drawing the attention of the customers away from the guest and back to his side of the bar. "Remember that trip Bast made to Baden?" They nodded attentively. "Well, turns out he had a scare with the pox and he's been feeling his years a bit since then. He thought he'd best get his will writ down while he had the chance." "Sense enough in that these days," Shep said darkly. He drank off the last of his beer and knocked the empty mug down. "I'll do another of those." "Whatsoever monies I have saved at the time of my death shall go to the widow Sage," Bast said loudly across the room, "to help in raising and dowering her 3 daughters, as they are soon to be of marriaging age." He gave Chronicler a troubled look. "Is marriaging a word?" "Little Katie certainly has grown up a bit this last year, hasn't she?" Graham mused. The others nodded in agreement. "To my employer, I leave my best pair of boots," Bast continued magnanimously, "and whatsoever of my trousers he finds fitting." "Boy does have a fine pair of boots," Cobb said to Coat. "Always thought so." "I leave it to Pater Leoden to distribute the remainder of my worldly goods among the parish, as being an immoral soul I will have no further need of them." "You mean immortal, don't you?" Chronicler asked uncertainly. Bast shrugged. "That's all I can think of for now." Chronicler nodded and quickly shuffled the paper, pens, and ink into his flat leather satchel. "Come on over, then," Cobb called to him. "Don't be a stranger." Chronicler froze, then made his way slowly toward the bar. What's your name, boy?
I completed the
Devon,
quest, but where I get the
then
XP?
looked stricken and cleared his throat. Excuse me.
Then speak with
Carverson.
Sylvan
Devon
in
Carverson.
Forest Song.
Cobb
Ah,
made
okay.
introductions all around, then turned back to the
Oh,
new
what was this?
Which way
That
you
was
from,
not clever.
Devon? Cobb asked. Off past Abbott's Ford. Any news from that way? Chronicler shifted uncomfortably in his seat, while Coat eyed him darkly from the other side of the bar. Well, the roads are rather bad. This sparked a chorus of familiar complaints, and Chronicler relaxed. While they were still grousing, the door opened, and the smith's apprentice came in, boyish and broad-shouldered with the smell of coal smoke in his hair. A long rod of iron rested on his shoulder as he held the door open for Carter. You look a fool, boy, Carter groused as he made his way slowly through the door, walking with the stiff care of the recently injured. You keep holding that around and folk will start talking about you like they do Crazy Martin. You'll be that crazy boy from Ranish. You want to listen to that for the next 50 years? The smith's apprentice shifted his grip on the iron bar self-consciously.
Let him talk.
He mumbled with a hint of defiance.
Since I went out and took care of Nellie, I've been having dreams about that spider thing.
He shook his head.
Hell, I'd think you'd be carrying one in each hand. That thing could have killed you.
Carter ignored him, his expression stiff as he walked gingerly toward the bar. Good to see you up and about, Carter, Shep called out, raising his mug. I thought we might not see you out of bed for another day or two. Take more than a few stitches to keep me down, Carter said. Bast made a show of offering up his stool to the injured man, then quietly took a seat as far from the smith's apprentice as possible. There was a warm murmur of welcome from everyone. The innkeeper ducked into the back room and emerged a few minutes later carrying a tray loaded with hot bread and steaming bowls of stew. Everyone was listening to Chronicler. If I remember right, Quoth was off in Severin when it happened. He was walking home. It weren't Severin, old Cobb said. It was off by the university. Could have been, Chronicler conceded. Anyway, he was walking home late at night and some bandits jumped him in an alleyway. It was broad daylight, Cobb said testily. In the middle of town. All manner of folk were around to see it. Chronicler shook his head stubbornly. I remember an alley. Anyway, the bandits surprised Quoth. They wanted his horse. He paused and rubbed his forehead with the tips of his fingers. Wait, that's not right. He wouldn't have his horse in an alley. Maybe he was on the road to Severin. I told you it weren't Severin, Cobb demanded, slapping his hand down on the bar, plainly irritated. Tell you anyway, just stop. You've got it all mixed up. Chronicler flushed in embarrassment. I only heard it once, years ago. Shooting Chronicler a dark look, Coat clattered the tray down loudly onto the bar, and the story was momentarily forgotten. Old Cobb ate so quickly, he almost choked himself and washed it down with a long swallow of beer. Seeing as how you're still working on your dinner there, he said none too casually to Chronicler as he wiped his mouth on his sleeve. Would you mind terribly if I picked up the story just so's the boy can hear it? If you're sure you know it, Chronicler said hesitantly. Of course I know it, Cobb said as he spun his stool around to face more of his audience. All right. Way back when Quoth was just a pup, he went to the university. But he didn't live in the university proper, you see, on account of the fact that he was just ordinary folk. He couldn't afford all the fancy living that went on there.
How come?
The smith's apprentice asked.
You said before that Quoth was so smart, they paid him to stay even though he was just 10 years old. They gave him a purse full of gold and a diamond big as his thumb knuckle, and a brand new horse with a new saddle and top and new shoes, and a full bag of oats and everything.
Cobb gave a conciliatory nod. True, that's true, but this was a year or two after Quoth had got all that. And you see, he'd gave a lot of that gold to some poor folk whose houses had all burned out.
Burned down during their wedding,
Graham interjected. Cobb nodded. And Quoth had to eat and rent a room and buy more oats for his horse, so his gold was all used up by then. So he...
What about the diamond?
The boy insisted. Old Cobb gave the barest of frowns. If you've got to know, he gave that diamond to a special friend of his. A special lady friend. But that's a whole different story than the one I'm telling now. He glared at the boy, who dropped his eyes contritely and spooned up a mouthful of stew. Cobb continued. Since Quoth couldn't afford all that rich living in the university, he stayed in the town next by instead, a place called Amory. He shot Chronicler a pointed look. Quoth had a room in an inn, where he got to stay there for free because the widow who owned the place took a shine to him, and he did chores to help earn his keep. He played music there too, Jake added. He was all sorts of clever with his lute. Get your dinner into your gob and let me finish my say, Jacob, old Cobb snapped. Everyone knows Quoth was clever with a lute. That's why the widow had taken such a shine to him in the first place, and playing music every night was part of his chores. Cobb took a quick drink and continued. So, one day, Quoth was out running errands for the widow, when a fella pulls out a knife and tells Quoth if he doesn't hand over the widow's money, he'll spill Quoth's guts all over the street. Cobb pointed an imaginary knife at the boy and gave him a menacing look. Now you've got to remember, this is back when Quoth was just a pup. He ain't got no sword, and even if he did, he ain't learned to fight proper from the Adam yet. So what did Quoth do? Smith's apprentice asked. Well, Cobb leaned back. It was the middle of the day, and they were smack in the middle of Amory's town square. Quoth was about to call for the constable, but he always had his eyes wide open, you see. And so he noticed that this fellow had white teeth. The boy's eyes grew wide. He was a sweet eater? Cobb nodded. And even worse, the fellow was starting to sweat like a hard-run horse. His eyes were wild and his hands... Cobb widened his own eyes and held out his hands, making them tremble. So Quoth knew the fella had to hunger something fierce, and that meant he'd stab his own mum for a bent penny. Cobb took another long drink, drawing out the tension. Whatever did he do? Bast burst out anxiously from the far end of the bar, wringing his hands dramatically. The innkeeper glared at his student. Cobb continued. Well, first he hesitates, and the man comes closer with the knife, and Quoth can see the fella ain't going to ask again. So Quoth uses a dark magic that he found locked away in a secret book at the university. He speaks 3 terrible secret words and calls up a demon. A demon? The apprentice's voice was almost a yelp. Was it like the one? Cobb shook his head slowly. Oh, no. This one weren't spiderly at all. It was worse. This one was made all of shadows. And when it landed on the fella, it bit him on the chest, right over his heart. And it drank all the blood out of him like you'd suck the juice out of a plum. Blackened hands, Cobb, Carter said, his voice thick with reproach. You're going to give the boy nightmares. He'll be carrying around that damn iron stick for a year with all your nonsense stuffed in his head. That's not how I heard it, Graham said slowly. I heard there was a woman trapped in a burning house and Quoth called up a demon to protect him from the fire. Then he ran inside and pulled the lady out of the fire and she wasn't burned at all. Listen to yourselves, Jake said, disgusted. You're like kids at midwinter. Demons stole my doll. Demons spilled the milk. Quoth didn't meddle with demons. He was at the university learning all manner of names, right? The fellow came at him with a knife and he called out, fire and lightning, just like Taborlin the Great. It was a demon, Jake, Cobb said angrily. Otherwise the story don't make a lick of sense. It was a demon he called up and it drank up the fella's blood and everyone who saw was powerful shook up by it. Someone told a priest. Then the priest went to the constable and the constable went and pulled him out of the widow's inn that night. Then they slapped him in a jail for consorting with dark forces and such. Folk probably just saw the fire and thought it was a demon, Jake persisted. You know how folk are. No, I don't, Jacob, Cobb snapped, crossing his arms in front of his chest and leaning back against the bar. Why don't you tell me how folk are? Why don't you just go ahead and tell this whole damn story, Well, Cobb stopped at the sound of heavy boots clumping on the wooden landing outside. After a pause, someone fumbled with the latch. Everyone turned around to look at the door. curious, as all the regular customers were already there. 2 new faces in one day, Graham said gently, knowing he was touching on a delicate subject. Looks like your dry spell might be over, Cope. Rose must be getting better, Shep said into his drink, a hint of relief in his voice. About time we got a touch of luck. The latch clicked and the door swung slowly open, moving in a slow arc until it struck the wall. A man stood outside in the dark as if deciding whether or not to come in. Welcome to the Waystone, the innkeeper called out from behind the bar. What can we do for you? The man stepped into the light, and the farmer's excitement was smothered by the sight of the piecemeal leather armor and heavy sword that marked a mercenary. A lone mercenary was never reassuring, even in the best of times. Everyone knew that the difference between an unemployed mercenary and a highwayman was mostly one of timing. What's more, it was obvious this mercenary had fallen on hard times. Brown burr clung thick to the bottoms of his trousers and the rough leather of his boots' laces. His shirt was fine linen dyed a deep royal blue but mud-spattered and bramble-torn. His hair was a greasy snarl. His eyes were dark and sunken, as if he hadn't slept in days. He moved a few steps farther into the inn, leaving the door open behind him. Looks like you've been on the road a while, Quoth said cheerily. Would you like a drink or some dinner? When the mercenary made no reply, he added, None of us would blame you if you wanted to catch a bit of sleep first, either. It looks like you've had a rough couple of days. Both glanced at Vath, who slid off his stool and went to close the inn's front door. After slowly looking over everyone sitting at the bar, the mercenary moved to the empty space between Chronicler and Old Cobb. Quoth gave his best innkeeper smile as the mercenary leaned heavily against the bar and mumbled something. Across the room, Bast froze, with his hand on the door handle. Beg your pardon? Quoth asked, leaning forward. The mercenary looked up, his eyes meeting Quoth's, then sweeping back and forth behind the bar. His eyes moved sluggishly, as if he had been addled by a blow to the head. I think sexy stoy Steven here. Quoth leaned forward. I'm sorry, what was that again? When nothing was forthcoming from the mercenary, he looked around at the other men at the bar. Did anyone catch that? Chronicler was looking the mercenary over, eyeing the man's armor. The empty quiver of arrows, his fine blue linen shirt. The scribe's stare was intense, but the mercenary didn't seem to notice. It's the arrow, Cobb said knowingly. Funny, he don't look like a shimp. Shep laughed, shaking his head. No, he's drunk. My uncle used to talk like that. He nudged Graham with an elbow. You remember my Uncle Tom? God, I've never known a man who drank like that. Bast made a frantic, covert gesture from where he stood near the door, but Quoth was busy trying to catch the mercenary's eye. Speak, Aturan? Quoth asked slowly. What do you want? The mercenary's eyes rested momentarily on the innkeeper. Avoy, he began, then closed his eyes and tilted his head as if listening. He opened his eyes again. I want, he began, his voice slow and thick. I look. He trailed off, his gaze wandering aimlessly around the room, his eyes unfocused. I know him, Chronicler said. Everyone turned to look at the scribe. What? Shep asked. Chronicler's expression was angry. This fellow and 4 of his friends robbed me about 5 days ago. I didn't recognize him at first. He was clean-shaven then, but it's him. Behind the man's back, Bast made a more urgent gesture, trying to catch his master's attention, but Quoth was intent on the befuddled man. Are you sure? Chronicler gave a hard, humorless laugh. He's wearing my shirt. Ruined it too. Cost me a whole talent. I never even got a chance to wear it. Was he like this before? Chronicler shook his head. Not at all. He was almost genteel as highwaymen go. I had him pegged as a low-ranking officer before he deserted. Bast gave up, signaling. Reshi, he called out, a hint of desperation in his voice. Just a moment, Bast, Quoth said as he tried to capture the stupefied mercenary's attention. He waved a hand in front of the man's face, snapped his fingers. Hello? The man's eyes followed Quoth's moving hand, but seemed oblivious to everything being said around him. I he said slowly. What? Quoth demanded testily. What are you looking for? Looking. The mercenary echoed vaguely. I imagine he's looking to give me my horse back, Chronicler said calmly as he took a half step closer to the man and grabbed the hilt of his sword. With a sudden motion, he yanked it free, or rather he tried to. Instead of sliding easily free of its scabbard, it came halfway out and stuck. No! Bast cried from across the room. The mercenary stared vaguely at Chronicler but made no attempt to stop him. Standing awkwardly, still gripping the hilt of the man's sword, the scribe tugged harder, and the sword pulled slowly free. The broad blade was mottled with dried blood and rust. Taking a step back, Chronicler regained his composure and leveled the sword at the mercenary. And my horse is just for starters. Afterwards, I think he's looking to give me my money back and have a nice chat with the constable. The mercenary looked at the point of the sword where it swayed unsteadily in front of his chest. His eyes followed the gently swaying motion for a long moment. Just leave him be! Bast's voice was shrill. Please! Cobb nodded. Boy's right, Devon. Fella's not right in his head. Don't go pointing that at him. He looks likely to pass out on top of it. The mercenary absent-mindedly lifted a hand. I am looking, he said, brushing the sword aside as if it were a branch blocking his path. Chronicler sucked in a breath and jerked the sword away as the man's hand ran along the edge of the blade, drawing blood. See, old Cobb said. What I tell you? Sod's a danger to himself. The mercenary's head tilted to the side. He held up his hand, examining it. A slow trickle of dark blood made its way down his thumb, where it gathered and swelled for a moment before dripping onto the floor. The mercenary drew a deep breath through his nose, and his glassy, sunken eyes came into sudden, sharp focus. He smiled wide at Chronicler, all the vagueness gone from his expression. He said in a deep voice. I don't follow you, Chronicler said, disconcerted. The man's smile fell away. His eyes hardened, grew angry. Te tauren, skriloe, amawe. I can't tell what you're saying, Chronicler said, but I don't care for your tone. He brought the sword back up between them, pointing at the man's chest. The mercenary looked down at the heavy, notched blade, his forehead furrowing in confusion. Then sudden understanding spread across his face, and the wide smile returned. He threw back his head and laughed. It was no human sound. It was wild and exulting, like a hawk's shrill cry. The mercenary brought up his injured hand and grabbed the tip of the sword, moving with such sudden speed that the metal rang dully with the contact. Still smiling, he tightened his grip, bowing the blade. Blood ran from his hand down the sword's edge to patter onto the floor. Everyone in the room watched in stunned disbelief. The only sound was the faint grating of the mercenary's finger bones grinding against the bare edges of the blade. Looking Chronicler full in the face, the mercenary twisted his hand sharply and the sword broke with a sound like a shattered bell. As Chronicler stared dumbly at the ruined weapon, the mercenary took a step forward and laid his empty hand lightly on the scribe's shoulder. Chronicler gave a choked scream and jerked away as if he had been jabbed with a hot poker. He swung the broken sword wildly, knocking the hand away and notching it deep into the meat of the mercenary's arm. The man's face showed no pain or fear or any sign of awareness that he'd been wounded at all. Still holding the broken tip of the sword in his bloody hand, the mercenary took another step toward Chronicler. Then Bast was there, barreling into the mercenary with one shoulder, striking him with such force that the man's body shattered one of the heavy bar stools before slamming into the mahogany bar. Quick as a blink, Bast grabbed the mercenary's head with both hands and slammed it into the edge of the bar. Lips pulled back in a grimace, Bast drove the man's head viciously into the mahogany, once, twice. Then, as if Bast's action had startled everyone awake, chaos erupted in the room. Old Cobb pushed himself away from the bar, tipping his stool over as he backed away. Graham began shouting something about the constable. Jake tried to bolt for the door and tripped over Cobb's fallen stool, sprawling to the floor in a tangle. The smith's apprentice grabbed for his iron rod and ended up knocking it to the floor, where it rolled in a wide arc and came to rest under a table. Bast gave a startled yelp and was thrown violently across the room to land on one of the heavy timber tables. It broke under his weight, and he lay sprawled in the wreckage, limp as a rag doll. The mercenary came to his feet, blood flowing freely down the left-hand side of his face. He seemed utterly unconcerned as he turned back to Chronicler, still holding the tip of the broken sword in his bleeding hand. Behind him, Shep picked up a knife from where it lay next to the half-eaten wheel of cheese. It was just a kitchen knife, its blade about a handspan long. Face grim, the farmer stepped close behind the mercenary and stabbed down hard, driving the whole of the short blade deep into the mercenary's body where the shoulder meets the neck. Instead of collapsing, the mercenary spun around and lashed Shep across the face with the jagged edge of the sword. Blood sprayed, and Shep lifted his hands to his face. Then, moving so quickly it was little more than a twitch, the mercenary brought the piece of metal back around, burying it in the farmer's chest. Shep staggered backward against the bar, then collapsed to the floor with the broken end of the sword still jutting between his ribs. The mercenary reached up and curiously touched the handle of the knife lodged in his own neck. His expression more puzzled than angry. He tugged at it. When it didn't budge, he gave another wild, bird-like laugh. As the farmer lay gasping and bleeding on the floor, the mercenary's attention seemed to wander, as if he had forgotten what he was doing. His eyes slowly wandered around the room, moving lazily past the broken tables, the black stone fireplace, the huge oak barrels. Finally, the mercenary's gaze came to rest on the red-haired man behind the bar. Quoth did not blanch or back away when the man's attention settled onto him. Their eyes met. The mercenary's eyes sharpened again, focusing on Quoth. The wide, humorless smile reappeared, made macabre by the blood running down his face.
Tegatien seadalwal,
He demanded.
Terintail.
With an almost casual motion, Quoth grabbed a dark bottle from the counter and flung it across the bar. It struck the mercenary in the mouth and shattered, the air filled with the sharp tang of elderberry dousing the man's still grinning head and shoulders. Reaching out one hand, Quoth dipped a finger into the liquor that spattered the bar. He muttered something under his breath, his forehead furrowed in concentration. He stared intently at the bloody man standing on the other side of the bar. Nothing happened. The mercenary reached across the bar, catching hold of Quoth's sleeve. The innkeeper simply stood, and in that moment his expression held no fear, no anger or surprise. He only seemed weary, numb and dismayed. Before the mercenary could get a grip on Quoth's arm, he staggered as Bast tackled him from behind. Bast managed to get one arm around the mercenary's neck, while the other raked at the man's face. The mercenary let go of Quoth and laid both hands on the arm that circled his neck, trying to twist away. When the mercenary's hands touched him, Bast's face became a tight mask of pain. Teeth bared, he clawed wildly at the mercenary's eyes with his free hand. At the far end of the bar, the smith's apprentice finally retrieved his iron rod from under the table and stretched to his full height. He charged over the fallen stools and strewn bodies on the floor. Bellowing, he lifted the iron rod high over one shoulder. Still clinging to the mercenary, Bast's eyes grew wide with sudden panic as he saw the smith's apprentice approaching. He released his grip and backed away, his feet tangling in the wreckage of the broken bar stool. Falling backward, he scuttled madly away from the both of them. Turning, the mercenary saw the tall boy charging. He smiled and stretched out a bloody hand. The motion was graceful, almost lazy. The smith's apprentice swatted the arm away. When the iron bar struck him, the mercenary's smile fell away. He clutched at his arm, hissing and spitting like an angry cat. The boy swung the iron rod again, striking the mercenary squarely in the ribs. The force of it knocked him from the bar, and he fell to his hands and knees, screaming like a slaughtered lamb. The smith's apprentice grabbed the bar with both hands and brought it down across the mercenary's back like a man splitting wood. There was the grisly sound of bones cracking. The iron bar rang softly like a distant fog-muffled bell. Back broken, the bloody man still tried to crawl toward the inn's door. His face was blank now, his mouth open in a low howl as constant and unthinking as the sound of wind through winter trees. The apprentice struck again and again, swinging the heavy iron rod lightly as a willow switch. He scored a deep groove in the wooden floor, then broke a leg, an arm, more ribs. Still, the mercenary continued to claw his way toward the door, shrieking and moaning, sounding more animal than human. Finally, the boy landed a blow to the head, and the mercenary went limp. There was a moment of perfect quiet. Then the mercenary made a deep, wet, coughing sound and vomited up a foul liquid thick as pitch and black as ink. It was some time before the boy stopped battering at the motionless corpse. And even when he did stop, he held the bar poised over one shoulder, panting raggedly and looking around wildly. As he slowly caught his breath, the sound of low prayers could be heard from the other side of the room, where old Cobb crouched against the black stone of the fireplace. After a few minutes, even the praying stopped, and silence returned to the Waystone Inn. For the next several hours, the Waystone was the center of the town's attention. The common room was crowded, full of whispers, murmured questions, and broken sobbing. Folk with less curiosity or more propriety stayed outside, peering through the wide windows and gossiping over what they'd heard. There were no stories yet, just a roiling mass of rumor. The dead man was a bandit come to rob the inn. He'd come looking for revenge against Chronicler who deflowered his sister off in Abbott's Ford. He was a woodsman gone rabid. He was an old acquaintance of the innkeeper come to collect a debt. He was an ex-soldier gone tabard mad while fighting the rebels off in Resavet. Jake and Carter made a point of the mercenary smile, and while dinner addiction was a city problem, folk had still heard of sweet eaters here. Three-Finger Tom knew about these things as he'd soldiered under the old king nearly 30 years ago. He explained that with 4 grains of denner resin, a man could have his foot amputated without a twinge of pain. With 8 grains, he'd saw through the bone himself. With 12 grains, he'd go for a jog afterward, laughing and singing Tinker Tanner. Shep's body was covered with a blanket and prayed over by the priest. Later, the constable looked at it as well, but the man was clearly out of his depth, and was looking because he felt he should rather than because he knew what to look for. The crowd began to thin after an hour or so. Shep's brothers showed up with the cart to collect the body. Their grim, red-eyed stares drove away most of the remaining spectators who were idling about. Still, there was much to be done. The constable tried to piece together what had happened from witnesses and the more opinionated onlookers. After hours of speculation, the story finally began to coalesce. Eventually, it was agreed that the man was a deserter and denner addict come to their little town just in time to go crazy. It was clear to everyone that the smith's apprentice had done the right thing, a brave thing in fact. Still, the iron law demanded a trial, so there'd be one next month, when the court came through these parts on its rounds. The constable went home to his wife and children. The priest took the mercenary's remains off to the church. Bast cleared the wrecked furniture away, stacking it near the kitchen door to be used as firewood. The innkeeper mopped the inn's hardwood floor 7 times, until the water in the bucket no longer tinged red when he rinsed it out. Eventually, even the most dedicated gawkers drifted away, leaving the usual felling night crowd, -1. Jake, Cobb, and the rest made halting conversation, speaking of everything other than what had happened, clinging to the comfort of each other's company.
Come on, Pat.
One by one,
It's only single
exhaustion drove them
dots.
out of the waystone. Eventually, only the smith's apprentice remained, looking down into the cup in his hands. The iron rod lay near his elbow on the top of the mahogany bar. Nearly half an
Die
hour
in your
passed
own
without
blood.
anyone speaking. Chronicler sat at a nearby table making a pretense of finishing a bowl of stew. Quoth and Bast puttered about, trying to look busy. A vague tension built in the room as they snuck glances at each other, waiting for the boy to leave. The innkeeper strolled over to the boy, wiping his hands on a clean linen cloth. "Well, boy, I guess..." "Aaron," the smith's apprentice interjected, not looking up from his drink. "My name's Aaron." Quoth nodded seriously. "Aaron, then. I suppose you deserve that." "I don't think it was Denner," Aaron said abruptly. Quoth paused. "Beg pardon?" "I don't think that fellow was a sweet eater." "You with Cobb, then?" Quoth asked. "Think he was rabid?" "I think he had a demon in him," the boy said with careful deliberation, as if he'd been thinking about the words for a long time. "I didn't say anything before, because I didn't want folk to think I'd gone all cracked in the head like Crazy Martin." He looked up from his drink. "But I still think he had a demon in him." Quoth put on a gentle smile and gestured to Bast and Chronicler. "Aren't you worried we'll think the same?" Aaron shook his head seriously. "You aren't from around here. You've been places. You know what sort of things are out in the world." He gave Quoth a flat look. "I figure you know it was a demon too." Bast grew still where he stood, sweeping near the hearth. Quoth tilted his head curiously without looking away. "Why would you say that?" The smith's apprentice gestured behind the bar. "I know you got a big oak drunk thumper under the bar there." "Ah, well..." His eyes flickered upward to the sword hanging menacingly behind the bar. "There's only one reason I can think you'd grab a bottle instead of that. You weren't trying to knock that fellow's teeth in. You were going to light him on fire. Except you didn't have any matches. And there weren't any candles close by. My ma used to read to me from the Book of the Path," he continued. "There's plenty of demons in there. Some hide in men's bodies like we'd hide under a sheepskin. I think he was just some regular fella who'd got a demon inside him. That's why nothing hurt him. It'd be like someone poking holes in your shirt. That's why he didn't make no sense either. He was talking demon talk." Aaron's eyes slid back to the cup he held in his hand, nodding to himself. "The more I think, the better it makes sense. Iron and fire. That's for demons." "Sweet eaters are stronger than you'd think," Bast said from across the room. "Once I saw..." "You're right," both said. It was a demon. Aaron looked up to meet Quoth's eye, then nodded and looked down into his mug again. "And you didn't say anything because you're new in town, and business is shy enough." Quoth nodded. "And it won't do me any good to tell folk, will it?" Quoth drew a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "Probably not." Aaron drank off the last swallow of his beer and pushed the empty mug away from himself on the bar. "All right. I just needed to hear it. Needed to know I hadn't gone all crazy." He came to his feet and picked up the heavy iron rod with one hand, resting it on his shoulder as he turned toward the door. No one spoke as he made his way across the room and let himself out, closing the door behind him. His heavy boots sounded hollowly on the wooden landing outside. Then there was nothing. There's more to that one than I would have guessed. best, Quoth said at last. Because he's big, Bast said matter-of-factly as he gave up the pretense of sweeping. You people are easily confused by the look of things. I've had my eye on him for a while now. He's cleverer than folk give him credit for, always looking at things and asking questions. He carried the broom back toward the bar. He makes me nervous. Quoth looked amused. Nervous? You? The boy reeks of iron, spends all day handling it, baking it, breathing its smoke, then comes in here with clever eyes. Bast gave a profoundly disapproving look. It's not natural. Natural? Chronicler finally spoke up. There was a tinge of hysteria in his voice. What do you know about natural? I just saw a demon kill a man. Was that natural? Chronicler turned to face Quoth. What the hell was that thing doing here anyway? Chronicler asked. Looking, apparently, Quoth said. That's about all I got. How about you, Bast? Could you understand it? Bast shook his head. I recognized the sound more than anything, Reshi. Its phrasing was very old, archaic. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Fine, it was looking, Chronicler said abruptly. Looking for what? Me, probably, Quoth said grimly. Reshi, Bast admonished him. You're just being maudlin. This isn't your fault. Quoth gave his student a long, weary look. You know better than that, Bast. All of this is my fault. The Scrael, the war, all my fault. Bast looked like he wanted to protest, but couldn't find the words. After a long moment, he looked away, beaten. Quoth leaned his elbows onto the bar, sighing. What do you think it was, anyway? Bast shook his head. It seemed like one of the Mahale Uret, Reshi, a skin dancer. He frowned as he said it, sounding anything but certain. Quoth raised an eyebrow. It isn't one of your kind? Bast's normally affable expression sharpened into a glare. It was not my kind, he said indignantly. The male doesn't even share a border with us. It's as far away as anywhere can be in the Fae. Quoth nodded a hint of an apology. I just assumed you knew what it was. You didn't hesitate to attack it. All snakes bite, Reshi. I don't need their names to know they're dangerous. I recognized it as being from the male, that was enough. So, probably a skin dancer, Quoth mused. Didn't you tell me they'd been gone for ages and ages? Bast nodded. And it seems sort of dumb, and it didn't try to escape into a new body, Bast shrugged. Plus, we're all still alive. That seems to indicate that it was something else. Chronicler watched the conversation incredulously. You mean neither of you know what it was? He looked at Quoth. You told the boy it was a demon. For the boy, it's a demon, Quoth said, because that's the easiest thing for him to understand, and it's close enough to the truth. He began to slowly polish the bar. For everyone else in town, it's a sweet eater, because that will let them get some sleep tonight. Well, it's a demon for me too, then, Chronicler said sharply, because my shoulder feels like ice where it touched me. Bast hurried over. I forgot it got a hand on you, let me see. Quoth closed the window's shutters while Chronicler removed his shirt. There were bandages stripping the backs of his arms from where he had been wounded by the Scrael 3 nights ago. Bast looked closely at his shoulder. Can you move it? Chronicler nodded, rolling it around. It hurt like 12 busters when he touched me, like something was tearing up inside. He shook his head in irritation.
How badly I want this here.
Now it just feels strange, numb, like it's asleep. Bast prodded his shoulder with a finger, looking it over dubiously. Chronicler looked back at Quoth. The boy was right about the fire, wasn't he? Until he mentioned it, I didn't Ah! The scribe shouted, jerking away from Bast. What in God's name was that? He demanded. Your brachial nerve plexus, I'm guessing, Quoth said dryly. I needed to see how deep the damage went, Bast said, unruffled. Reshi, would you get me some goose grease, garlic, mustard? Do we have any of those green things that smell like onions but aren't? Quoth nodded. Keveril, I think there's a few left. Bring them and a bandage too. I should get a salve on this. Quoth nodded and stepped through the doorway behind the bar. As soon as he was out of sight, Bast leaned close to Chronicler's ear. Don't ask him about it, he hissed urgently. Don't mention it at all. Chronicler looked puzzled. What are you talking about? About the bottle. About the sympathy he tried to do. So he was trying to light that thing on fire. Why didn't it work? Once, Bast tightened his grip, his thumb digging into the hollow beneath Chronicler's collarbone. The scribe gave another startled yelp. Don't talk about that, Bast hissed in his ear. Don't ask questions. Holding both the scribe's shoulders, Bast shook him once, like an angry parent with a stubborn child.
Good Lord, Bast, I can hear him howling all the way in the back.
Kvothe called from the kitchen. Bast stood upright and pulled Chronicler straight in his chair as the innkeeper emerged from the doorway.
Telu, anyway, he's white as a sheet. Is he going to be okay? It's about as serious as a frostburn, Bast said disparagingly. It's not my fault if he screams like a little girl. Well, be careful with him, Kvothe said, setting a pot of grease and a handful of garlic cloves on the table. He'll need that arm for at least another couple of days. Kvothe peeled and crushed the garlic. Bast mixed the salve and smeared the foul-smelling concoction onto the scribe's shoulder before wrapping a bandage around it. Chronicler sat very still. Do you feel up for a little more writing tonight? Kvothe asked after the scribe was wearing his shirt again. We're still days away from any true ending, but I could tie up a few loose ends before we call it a night. I'm good for hours yet. Chronicler hurried to unpack his satchel, without so much as a glance in Bast's direction. Me too.
Bast turned to face both, his face bright and eager.
I want to know what you found under the university.
Both gave a shadow of a smile. I supposed you would, Bast. He came to the table and took a seat. Underneath the university, I found what I had wanted most. Yet it was not what I expected. He motioned for Chronicler to pick up his pen, as is often the case when you gain your heart's desire. Chapter 89. A Pleasant Afternoon. The next day, I was whipped in the wide cobblestone courtyard that used to be called the Quoyan Hail, the House of the Wind. I found it oddly appropriate. As predicted, there was an impressive crowd for the event. Hundreds of students filled the courtyard to overflowing. They peered out of windows and doorways. A few even found their way onto the rooftops for a better view. I don't blame them, really. Free entertainment is hard to pass by. I was lashed 6 times, singly across the back. Not wanting to disappoint, I gave them something to talk about. A repeat performance. I did not cry out or bleed or faint. I left the courtyard walking on my own 2 feet with my head held high. After Mola laid 57 tidy stitches across my back, I found consolation in a journey to Imre where I spent Ambrose's money on an extraordinarily fine loot, 2 nice sets of used clothing for me, a small bottle of my own blood, and a warm new dress for Auri. It was, all in all, a very pleasant afternoon.
What?
Chapter 90.
Okay.
Half-built houses.
Don't look like respawns here.
Every night I went exploring underground with Auri. I saw many interesting things, some of which may bear mentioning later, but for now suffice to say that she showed me all the vast and varied corners of the Underthing. She took me to downings, vaults, the woods, delving, cricklet, tenors, candlebear. The names she gave them, nonsensical at first, fit like a glove when I finally saw what they described. The woods didn't resemble a forest in any way. It was just a series of crumbling halls and rooms where ceilings were propped up with thick wooden support beams. Cricklet had a tiny trickle of fresh water running down one wall. The moisture attracted crickets, who filled the long, low room with their tiny songs. Vaults was a narrow hallway with 3 deep cracks running across the floor. I only understood the name after watching Auri jump all 3 in quick succession to make it to the other end. It was several days before Auri took me to Below's, a maze of intersecting tunnels. Despite the fact that we were at least 100 feet below ground, they were filled with a steady, rushing wind that smelled of dust and leather. The wind was the clue I needed. It let me know I was close to finding what I'd come here looking for. Still, it bothered me that I didn't understand the name of this place. I knew I must be missing something. "Why do you call this Bellows?" I asked Auri. "That's its name," she said easily. The wind made her fine hair stream out behind her like a gauzy pennant. "You call things by their names. That's what names are for." I smiled, despite myself. "Why does it have that name? Isn't everything here below?" She turned to look at me, head cocked to one side. Her hair blew around her face and she brushed it back with her hands. "It's not Bellows," she said. "It's Bellows." I couldn't hear the distinction. "Blows?" I asked, puffing out my cheeks as if blowing out air. Auri laughed, delighted. "That's a piece," she grinned. "Try for more." I tried to think of what else made sense. Bellows? I made a gesture with both arms as if working a forge. Bellows. Auri thought about that for a moment, looking up and tilting her head back and forth. "That's not as good. This is a quiet place." She reached out a small hand and took hold of the edge of my cloak, pulling it out to the side so the slow wind caught it, filling it like a sail. Auri looked up at me, grinning as if she'd done a magic trick. "Billows, of course," I grinned back, laughing. That minor mystery put to rest, Auri and I began a meticulous investigation of Billows. After several hours, I began to get a feel for the place, an understanding of which way I needed to go. It was just a matter of finding the tunnel that led there. It was maddening. The tunnels twisted, leading in wide, unhelpful detours. Those rare times when I found a tunnel that stayed true to its course, the way was blocked. Several passages turned straight up or straight down, leaving me with no way to follow them. One passage had thick iron bars driven deep into the surrounding stone, blocking the way. Another grew steadily narrower until it was barely a handspan across. A third ended with a cave-in of tangled wood and soil. After days of searching, we finally found an ancient, mouldering door. The damp wood crumbled to pieces when I tried to open it. Auri wrinkled her nose and shook her head. "I'll skin my knees." Shining my sympathy lamp past the ruined door, I saw what she meant. The room beyond slanted down until the ceiling was only 3 feet high. "Will you wait for me?" I asked her as I took off my cloak and cuffed up my shirt sleeves. "I don't know if I can find my way up to the top without you." Auri nodded, looking worried. "Ins are easier than outs, you know. There's tight places you can get stuck." I was trying not to think of that. "I'm just going for a look. I'll be back in half an hour." She cocked her head. "What if you're not?" I smiled. "You'll have to come and rescue me." She nodded, her face as solemn as an earnest child. I put my sympathy lamp in my mouth, shining the red light out against the pitch blackness in front of me. Then I got down on all fours and headed forward, my knees rubbing against the rough stone of the floor. After several turnings, the ceiling went lower still, too low for crawling. After a long moment of consideration, I dropped to my belly and pressed on, pushing my lamp ahead of me. Each twist of my body pulled at the rows of stitches all across my back. If you have never been deep underground, I doubt you can understand what it is like. The darkness is absolute, almost tangible. It lurks outside the light, waiting to rush in like a sudden flood. The air is still and stale. There's no noise except what you make yourself. Your breathing becomes loud in your own ears. Your heart thumps, and all the while there is the overwhelming knowledge that thousands of tons of earth and stone are pressing down above you. Still, I continued to worm my way ahead, moving by inches. My hands were grimy, and sweat dripped into my eyes. The crawlway grew smaller yet, and I foolishly let one of my arms get pinned to my side. Cold sweat burst out across my whole body as I panicked. I struggled, trying to get it stretched out in front of me. After several terrifying minutes, I managed to get my arm free. Then, after lying there for a moment, trembling in the dark, I pressed ahead and found what I'd been looking for. After emerging from the underthing, I made my careful way through a window and a locked door into the women's wing of the Muse. I knocked softly on Fela's door, not wanting to wake anyone accidentally. Men were not allowed unescorted in the women's wing of the Muse, especially not during the late hours of night. I knocked 3 times before I heard a gentle stirring in her room. After a moment, Fela opened the door, her long hair in wild disarray. Her eyes were still half closed as she peered into the hallway with a puzzled expression. She blinked when she saw me standing there as if she hadn't really expected anyone. She was unmistakably naked, with a bedsheet half wrapped around herself. I will admit that the sight of gorgeous, full-breasted Fela half-naked in front of me was one of the most startlingly erotic moments in my young life. "Quoth?" she said, maintaining a remarkable degree of composure. She tried to cover herself more fully, and met with mixed success, pulling the sheet up to her neck in exchange for exposing a scandalous amount of long, shapely leg. "What time is it? How did you get in here?" "You said that if I ever needed anything, I could call on you for a favor," I said urgently. "Did you mean it?" "Well, yes, of course," she said. "God, you're a mess. What happened to you?" I looked down at myself, only then realizing the state I was in. I was grimy, the front of my body streaked with dirt from sliding across the floor. I'd torn open my trousers across one knee and it looked like I was bleeding underneath. I'd been so excited that I hadn't even noticed or thought to change into my new clothes before I came. Fela took a half step back and swung the door wider, making room for me to enter. As it opened, the door made a tiny wind that pressed the sheet against her body, outlining her nudity in perfect profile for a moment. "Do you need to come in?" "I can't stay," I said without thinking, struggling against the urge to gawk openly. "I need you to meet a friend of mine in the archives tomorrow evening. 5th bell by the 4-plate door. Can you do that?" "I have class," she said. "But if it's important, I can skip it." "Thank you," I said quietly as I backed away. It says a great deal about what I had found in the tunnels underneath the university that I was halfway back to my room at Anchor's before I realized I had turned down an invitation from a near-naked Fela to join her in her room. The next day, Fela skipped her lecture on advanced geometries and made her way to the archives. She climbed down several flights of stairs and through a maze of corridors and shelves to find the only section of stone wall in the entire building that wasn't lined with books. The 4-plate door stood there, silent and immobile as a mountain. Valentins. Fela looked around nervously, shifting her weight from foot to foot. After a long moment, a hooded figure stepped out of the dark and into the ruddy light of her hand lamp. She smiled anxiously. "Hello?" she said softly. "A friend asked me to..."
I am honored.
She paused and ducked her head a little, trying to glimpse the face under the shadow of the hood. You probably wouldn't be surprised at who she saw. "Quoth?" she said incredulously, looking around in sudden panic. "My God, what are you doing in here?" "Trespassing," I said flippantly. She grabbed hold of me and pulled me through a maze of shelves until we came to one of the reading holes scattered throughout the archives. She pushed me in and closed the door firmly behind us and leaned against it. "How did you get in here? Lauren will burst a vessel. Do you want to get us both expelled?" "They wouldn't expel you," I said easily. "You're guilty of willful collusion at the very most. They can't expel you for that. You'd probably get off with a fine since they don't whip women." I shifted my shoulders a little, feeling the dull tug of the stitches across my back, which seems a little unfair if you ask me. "How did you get in here?" she repeated. "Did you sneak past the desk?" "You're better off not knowing," I hedged. It had been billows, of course. Once I smelled old leather and dust on the wind there, I knew I was close. Hidden away in the maze of tunnels was a door that led directly into the lowest level of the stacks. It was there so the Scrivs would have easy access to the ventilation system. The door had been locked, of course, but locked doors have never proved much of a hindrance to me. More's the pity. I didn't tell Faire any of that, however. I knew my secret route would only work as long as it remained secret. Telling a Scriv, even a Scriv who owed me a favor, simply wasn't a good idea. Listen, I said quickly. It's safe as houses. I've been here for hours and no one's come even close to me. Everyone carries their own light, so it's easy to avoid them. You just surprised me, Faire said as she brushed her dark hair back over her shoulders. You're right, though it's probably safer out there. She opened the door and peered outside, making sure the coast was clear. Scriv, spot check the reading holes periodically to make sure no one's sleeping in here or having sex. What? There's a lot you don't know about the archives. She smiled as she opened the door the rest of the way.
Oh, we can charge.
I said as we headed out into the stacks. I can't make heads or tails of this place. What are you looking for? Faire asked. About 1,000 things, I said honestly. But we can start with the history of the Hamir or any non-fictional reports of the Chandri. Anything about either one, really. I haven't been able to find a thing. I didn't bother trying to keep the frustration from my voice. To finally get inside the archives after all this time and not be able to find any of the answers I was looking for was maddening. I thought things would be better organized, I'd groused. Faire chuckled deep in her throat. And how would you do that exactly? Organize everything, I mean? I've been thinking about it for the last couple of hours, actually, I said. It'd be best to do it by subject. You know, histories, memoirs, grammars. Faire stopped walking and gave a deep sigh. I guess we should get this over with. She pulled a slim book off a shelf at random. What's the subject of this book? I opened it and glanced over the pages. It was written in an old scribe's hand, spidery and hard to follow. It looks like a memoir. What type of memoir? Where do you put it in relationship to the other memoirs? Still flipping pages, I spotted a carefully drawn map. Actually, it looks more like a travelogue. Fine, she said. Where do you put it in the memoir travelogue section? I'd organized them geographically, I said, enjoying the game. I flipped more pages. Autor, Modeg, and Vint. I frowned and looked at the spine of the book. How old is this? The Turan Empire absorbed Vint over 300 years ago. Over 400 years? She corrected. So where do you put a travelogue that refers to a place that doesn't exist anymore? It would be more of a history, really, I said more slowly. What if it isn't accurate? Faire pressed. Based on hearsay rather than personal experience, what if it's purely fictional? Novel travelogues were quite a fashion in Modeg a couple hundred years ago.
Oh,
I closed the book and slowly slid it back onto the shelf.
You can charge.
I'm beginning to see the problem, I said thoughtfully. No, you don't, Faire said frankly. You're just glimpsing the edges of the problem. She gestured to the stacks around us. Let's say you became Master Archivist tomorrow. How long would it take you to organize all this? I looked around at the countless shelves retreating off into the darkness. It would be a lifetime's work. Evidence suggests it takes more than just one lifetime, Faire said dryly. There are over 750,000 volumes here, and that's not even taking into consideration the clays or scrolls or fragments from Kaluptena. She made a dismissive gesture. So you spend years developing the perfect organizational system, which even has a convenient place for your historical fictional travelogue memoir. You and the Scrivs spend decades slowly identifying, sorting, and recording tens of thousands of books. She looked me in the eye. And then you die. What happens then? I began to see where she was going. Well, in a perfect world, the next Master Archivist would pick up where I left off, I said. Hurrah for the perfect world, Faire said sarcastically, then turned and began leading me through the shelves again.
I'm guessing the new Master Archivist usually has his own ideas about how to organize things. Not usually, Faire admitted. Sometimes there are several in a row who work toward the same system, but sooner or later you get someone who's sure they have a better way of doing things and everything starts from scratch again. How many different systems have there been? I spotted a faint red light bobbing in the distant shelves and pointed towards it. Faire changed direction to take us away from the light and whoever was carrying it. It depends on how you count them, she said softly. At least 9 in the last 300 years. The worst was about 50 years ago, when there were 4 new Master Archivists within 5 years of each other. The result was 3 different factions among the scribs, each using a different cataloguing system, each firmly believing theirs was the best. Sounds like a civil war, I said. A holy war, Faire said. A very quiet, circumspect crusade where each side was sure they were protecting the immortal soul of the archives. They would steal books that had already been catalogued in each other's systems. They would hide books from each other or confuse their order on the shelves.
Kindergarten.
How long did this go on? Almost 15 years, Faire said. It might still be going on today if Master Tolem's scribs hadn't fully managed to steal the Larkin ledger books and burn them. The Larkins couldn't keep going after that. And the moral of the story is that people get passionate around books, I teased gently. Hence the need to spot-check the reading halls. Faire stuck out her tongue at me. The moral of the story is that things are a mess. We effectively lost almost 200,000 books when Tolem burned the Larkin ledgers. They were the only records on where those books were located. Then, 5 years later, Tolem dies. Guess what happens then? A new Master Archivist looking to start over with a clean slate. It's like an endless chain of half-built houses, she said, exasperated. It's easy to find books in the old system, so that's how they build the new system. Whoever's working on the new house keeps stealing lumber from what's been built before. The old systems are still there in scattered bits and pieces. We're still finding pockets of books scribs hid from each other years ago. I sense this is a sore spot with you, I said with a smile. We reached a flight of stairs, and Faire turned to look at me. It's a sore spot with every scrib who lasts more than 2 days working in the archives, she said. People down in the tomes complain when it takes us an hour to bring them what they want. They don't realize it's not as easy as going to the Amir history shelf and pulling down a book. She turned and began to climb the stairs. I followed her silently, appreciating the new perspective. Chapter 91. Worthy of Pursuit. Autumn term settled into a comfortable pattern after that. Faire slowly introduced me to the inner workings of the archives, and I spent what time I could spare skulking about trying to dig up answers to my 1,000 questions. Elodine did something that could conceivably be referred to as teaching, but for the most part he seemed more interested in confusing me than shedding any real light on the subject of naming. My progress was so non-existent that I wondered at times if there was any progress to be made at all. What time I didn't spend studying or in the archives I spent on the road to Imre, braving the coming winter wind if not looking for its name. The Aeolian was always my best bet for finding Denna, and as the weather worsened, I found her there more and more. By the time the first snow fell, I usually managed to catch her one trip of 3. Unfortunately, I rarely managed to have her wholly to myself, as she usually had someone with her. As Deork had mentioned, she was not the sort who spent a lot of time alone. Still, I kept coming. Why? Because whenever she saw me, some light would go on inside her, making her glow for a moment. She would jump to her feet, run to me and catch hold of my arm, then smiling, bring me back to her table and introduce me to her newest man. I came to know most of them. None were good enough for her, so I held them in contempt and hated them. They in turn hated and feared me. But we were pleasant to each other, always pleasant. It was a game of sorts. He would invite me to sit and I would buy him a drink.
The three of us would talk, and his eyes would slowly grow dark as he watched her smile towards me. His mouth would narrow as he listened to the laughter that leapt from her as I joked, spun stories, sang. They would always react the same way, trying to prove ownership of her in small ways, holding her hand, a kiss, too casual touch along her shoulder. They clung to her with desperate determination. Some of them merely resented my presence, saw me as a rival. But others had a frightened knowledge buried deep behind their eyes from the beginning. They knew she was leaving, and they didn't know why. So they clutched at her like shipwrecked sailors clinging to the rocks despite the fact that they are being battered to death against them. I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. So they hated me, and it shone in their eyes when Denner wasn't looking. I would offer to buy another round of drinks, but he would insist, and I would graciously accept and thank him, and smile. I've known her longer, my smile said. True, you've been inside the circle of her arms, tasted her mouth, felt the warmth of her, and that is something I have never had. But there is a part of her that is only for me. You cannot touch it, no matter how hard you might try, and after she has left you, I will still be here, making her laugh. My light shining in her. I will still be here, long after she has forgotten your name. There were more than a few. She went through them like a pen through wet paper. She left them, disappointed or frustrated. They abandoned her, leaving her heartsore, moved to sadness, but never as far as tears. There were tears once or twice, but they were not for the men she had lost, or the men she had left. They were quiet tears for herself, because there was something inside her that was badly hurt. I couldn't tell what it was and didn't dare to ask. Instead, I simply said what I could to take the pain away, and helped her shut her eyes against the world. Occasionally, I would talk about Denner with Willem and Simon. Being true friends, they gave me sensible advice and compassionate sympathy in roughly equal amounts. The compassion I appreciated.
Come on, drop.
The advice was worse than useless. They urged me toward the truth, told me to open my heart to her, to pursue her, write her poetry, send her roses. Roses. They didn't know her. Despite the fact that I hated them, Denner's men taught me a lesson that I might never have learned otherwise. You don't understand, I explained to Simon one afternoon as we sat under the pennant pole, is that men fall for Denner all the time. Do you know what that's like for her? How tiresome it is? I'm one of her few friends. I won't risk that. I won't throw myself at her. She doesn't want it.
Charge complete.
I will not be one of the 100 cow-eyed suitors who go mooning after her like love-struck sheep. I just don't understand what you see in her, Sim said carefully. I know she's charming, fascinating and all of that, but she seems rather... He hesitated. Cruel. I nodded. She is. Simon watched me expectantly, finally said, What? No defense for her? No. Cruel is a good word for her, but I think you're
Oh, I understand cool, not cruel.
Denner is not wicked, or mean, or spiteful. She is cruel. Sim was quiet for a long while before responding. I think she might be some of those other things, and cruel as well. Good, honest, gentle Sim. He could never bring himself to say bad things about another person, just imply them. Even that was hard for him. He looked up at me. I talked with Sovoy. He's still not over her. He really loved her, you know, treated her like a princess. He would have done anything for her. But she left him anyway, no explanation. Denner is a wild thing, I explained. Like a hind or a summer storm. If a storm blows down your house or breaks a tree, you don't say the storm was mean, it was cruel. It acted according to its nature and something unfortunately was hurt. The same is true of Denner. What's a hind? A deer. I thought that was a hart. A hind is a female deer, a wild deer. Do you know how much good it does you to chase a wild thing? None. It works against you. It startles the hind away. All you can do is stay gently where you are and hope in time that the hind will come to you.
There we go.
Sim nodded, but I could tell he didn't really understand. Did you know they used to call this place the questioning hall? I said, pointedly changing the subject. Students would write questions on slips of paper and let the wind blow them around. You would get different answers depending on the way the paper left the square. I gestured to the gaps between the grey buildings Elodine had shown to me. Yes, no, maybe, elsewhere, soon. The belling tower struck and Simon sighed, sensing it was pointless to pursue the conversation further. Are we playing corners tonight? I nodded. After he was gone, I reached into my cloak and pulled out the note Denna had left in my window. I read it again slowly, then carefully tore away the bottom of the page where she had signed it. I folded the narrow strip of paper with Denna's name, twisted it, and let the courtyard's ever-present wind tug it out of my hand to spin among the few remaining autumn leaves. It danced along the cobblestones. It circled and spun, making patterns too wild and varied for me to understand. But though I waited until the sky grew dark, the wind never took it away. When I left, my question was still wandering in the house of the wind, giving no answers, hinting at many. Yes, no, maybe, elsewhere. Soon. Lastly, there was my ongoing feud with Ambrose. I walked on pins and needles every day, waiting for him to take his revenge. But the months passed, and nothing happened. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that he had finally learned his lesson, and was keeping a safe distance from me. I was wrong, of course. Perfectly and completely wrong. Ambrose had merely learned to bide his time. He did manage to get his revenge, and when it came, I was caught flat-footed and forced to leave the university. But that, as they say, is a story for another day. Chapter 92. The music that plays. That should do for now, I imagine, Quoth said, gesturing for Chronicler to lay down his pen. We have all the groundwork now, a foundation of story to build upon. Quoth came to his feet and rolled his shoulders, stretching his back.
Tomorrow we'll have some of my favorite stories. My journey to Alvaron's court, learning to fight from the Ardim, Thalurian.
He picked up a clean linen cloth and turned to Chronicler. Is there anything you need before you turn in for the night? Chronicler shook his head, knowing a polite dismissal when he heard one. Thank you, no, I'll be fine. He gathered everything into his flat leather satchel and made his way upstairs to his rooms. You too, Bast, Quoth said. I'll take care of the cleaning up. He made a shooing motion to forestall his student's protest. Go on, I need time to think about tomorrow's story. These things don't plan themselves, you know. Shrugging, Bast headed up the stairs as well, his footsteps sounding hard on the wooden stairs. Quoth went about his nightly ritual. He shoveled ashes out of the huge stone fireplace and brought in wood for tomorrow's fire. He went outside to extinguish the lamps beside the Waystone sign, only to find that he'd forgotten to light them earlier that evening. He locked the inn, and after a moment's consideration left the key in the door so Chronicler could let himself out if he woke early in the morning. Then he swept the floor, washed the tables, and rubbed down the bar, moving with a methodical efficiency. Last came the polishing of the bottles. As he went through the motions, his eyes were far away, remembering. He did not hum or whistle. He did not sing. In his room, Chronicler moved about restlessly, tired but too full of anxious energy to let sleep take him. He removed the finished pages from his satchel, and stowed them safely in the heavy wooden chest of drawers. Then he cleaned all his pen's nibs and set them out to dry. He carefully removed the bandage on his shoulder, threw the foul-smelling thing in the chamber pot, and replaced the lid before washing his shoulder clean in the hand basin. Yawning, he went to the window and looked out at the little town, but there was nothing to see. No lights, no movement. He opened the window a crack, letting in the fresh autumn air. Drawing the curtains, Chronicler undressed for bed, laying his clothes over the back of a chair. Last of all, he removed the simple iron wheel from around his neck and laid it on the nightstand. Turning down his bed, Chronicler was surprised to see the sheets had been changed sometime during the day. The linen was crisp and smelled pleasantly of lavender. After a moment's hesitation, Chronicler moved to the door of his room and locked it. He laid the key on the nightstand, then frowned and picked up the stylized iron wheel and put it back around his neck before snuffing the lamp and crawling into bed. For the better part of an hour, Chronicler lay sleepless in his sweet-smelling bed, rolling restlessly from side to side. Finally, he sighed and threw off the covers. He relit the lamp with a sulfur match and climbed back out of bed. Then he walked over to the heavy chest of drawers beside the window and pushed at it. It wouldn't budge at first, but when he put his back into it, he managed to slide it slowly across the smooth wooden floor. After a minute, the weighty piece of furniture was pressed against the door of his room. Then he climbed back into bed, rolled down the lamp, and quickly fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. It was pitch black in the room when Chronicler woke with something soft pressing against his face. He thrashed wildly, more a reflex than an attempt to get away. His startled shout was muffled by the hand clamped firmly over his mouth. After his initial panic, Chronicler went quiet and limp. Breathing hard through his nose, he lay there, eyes wide in the darkness. "It's just me," Bast whispered without removing his hand. Chronicler said something muffled. "We need to talk." Kneeling beside the bed, Bast looked down at the dark shape Chronicler made, twisted in his blankets. "I'm going to light the lamp, and you're not going to make any loud noises, all right?" Chronicler nodded against Bast's hand. A moment later, a match flared, filling the room with jagged red light and the acrid smell of sulfur. Then gentler lamplight welled up. Bast licked his fingers and pinched the match between them. Trembling slightly, Chronicler sat up in the bed and put his back against the wall. Bare-chested, he gathered the blanket self-consciously around his waist and glanced toward the door. The heavy dresser was still in place. Bast followed his gaze. "That shows a certain lack of trust," he said dryly. "You better not have scratched up his floors. He gets mad as hell about that sort of thing." "How did you get in here?" Chronicler demanded. Bast flailed his hands frantically at Chronicler's head. "Quiet," he hissed. "You have to be quiet. He has ears, like a hawk." "How?" Chronicler began more softly, then stopped. "Hawks don't have ears." Bast gave him a puzzled look. "What?" "You said he has ears like a hawk. That doesn't make any sense." Bast frowned and made a dismissive gesture. "You know what I mean. He can't know that I'm here." Bast sat on the edge of the bed and smoothed down his trousers self-consciously. Chronicler gripped the blankets bunched around his waist. "Why are you here?" "Like I said, we need to talk." Bast looked at Chronicler seriously. "We need to talk about why you're here." "This is what I do," Chronicler said, irritated. "I collect stories, and when I get the chance I investigate odd rumors and see if there's any truth behind them." "Out of curiosity, which rumor was it?" Bast asked. "Apparently you got soppy drunk and let something slip to a wagoneer," Chronicler said. "Rather careless, all things considered." Bast gave Chronicler a profoundly pitying look. "Look at me," Bast said, as if talking to a child. "Think, could some wagon herder get me drunk? Me?
Chronicler opened his mouth, closed it.
Then he was my message in a bottle, one of many. You just happened to be the first person to find one and come looking.
Chronicler took a long moment to digest this piece of information.
I thought you two were hiding. Oh, we're hiding all right,
Bast said bitterly.
We're tucked away, so safe and sound that he's practically fading into the woodwork. I can understand you feeling a little stifled around here, Chronicler said, but honestly, I don't see what your master's bad mood has to do with the price of butter.
Bast's eyes flashed angrily.
It has everything to do with the price of butter,
he said through his teeth.
And it's a damn sight more than a bad mood, you ignorant wretched. And how it fed. This place is killing him.
Chronicler went pale at Bast's outburst.
I'm not...
Bast closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, obviously trying to calm himself.
You just don't understand what's going on,
he said, speaking to himself as much as Chronicler.
That's why I came to explain. I've been waiting for months for someone to come. Anyone, even old enemies, come to settle scores would be better than him wasting away like this. But you're better than I'd hoped for. You're perfect.
Perfect for what? Chronicler asked.
I don't even know what the problem is. It's like... Have you ever heard the story of Martin Maskmaker?
Chronicler shook his head and Bast gave a frustrated sigh.
How about plays? Have you seen The Ghost and the Goose Girl or The Halfpenny King?
Chronicler frowned.
Is that the one where the king sells his crown to an orphan boy?
Bast nodded.
And the boy becomes a better king than the original. The Goose Girl dresses like a countess and everyone is stunned by her grace and charm.
He hesitated, struggling to find the words he wanted.
You see, there's a fundamental connection between seeming and being. Every Fae child knows this, but you mortals never seem to see. We understand how dangerous a mask can be. We all become what we pretend to be.
Chronicler relaxed a bit, sensing familiar ground.
That's basic psychology. You dress a beggar in fine clothes, people treat him like a noble, and he lives up to their expectations. That's only the smallest piece of it,
Bast said.
The truth is deeper than that. It's...
Bast floundered for a moment.
It's like everyone tells a story about themselves inside their own head, always, all the time. That story makes you what you are. We build ourselves out of that story.
Frowning, Chronicler opened his mouth, but Bast held up a hand to stop him.
No, listen, I've got it now. You meet a girl, shy, unassuming. If you tell her she's beautiful, she'll think you're sweet, but she won't believe you. She knows that beauty lies in your beholding.
Bast gave a grudging shrug.
Sometimes that's enough.
His eyes brightened.
But there's a better way. You show her she's beautiful. You make mirrors of your eyes, prayers of your hands against her body. It's hard, very hard, but when she truly believes you.
Bast gestured excitedly.
Suddenly the story she tells herself in her own head changes. She transforms. She isn't seen as beautiful. She is beautiful. See?
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Chronicler snapped.
You're just spouting nonsense now. I'm spouting too much sense for you to understand,
Bast said testily.
But you're close enough to see my point. Think of what he said today. People saw him as a hero, and he played the part. He wore it like a mask, but eventually he believed it. It became the truth. But now...
He trailed off. Now people see him as an innkeeper, Chronicler said.
No,
Bast said softly.
People saw him as an innkeeper a year ago. He took off the mask when they walked out of the door. Now he sees himself as an innkeeper, and a failed innkeeper at that. You saw what he was like when Cobb and the rest came in tonight. You saw that thin shadow of a man behind the bar tonight. It used to be an act.
Bast looked up excited.
But you're perfect. You can help him remember what it was like. I haven't seen him so lively in months. I know you can do it.
Chronicler frowned a bit.
I'm not sure. I know it will work.
Bast said eagerly.
I tried something similar a couple of months ago. I got him to start a memoir.
Chronicler perked up.
You wrote a memoir? Started a memoir,
Bast said.
He was so excited. Talked about it for days, wondering where he should begin his story. After his first night's writing, he was like his old self again. He looked 3 feet taller with lightning on his shoulders.
Bast sighed.
But something happened. The next day, he read what he'd written and went into one of his dark moods. Claimed the whole thing was the worst idea he'd ever had. What about the pages he wrote?
Bast made a crumpling motion with his hands and tossed imaginary papers away.
What did they say?
Chronicler asked. Bast shook his head.
He didn't throw them away. He just threw them. They've been lying on his desk for months.
Chronicler's curiosity was almost palpable.
Can't you just...
He waggled his fingers.
Tidy them up? Howard, no!
Bast looked horrified.
He was furious after he read them.
Bast shivered a little.
You don't know what he's like when he's really angry. I know better than to cross him on something like that.
I suppose you know best, Chronicler said dubiously. Bast gave an emphatic nod.
Exactly. That's why I came to talk to you, because I know best. You need to keep him from focusing on the dark thing. Not...
Bast shrugged and repeated the motion of crumpling and throwing away a piece of paper.
But I'm collecting the story of his life. The real story.
Chronicler made a helpless gesture.
Without the dark parts, it's just some sleep.
Chronicler froze halfway through the word, eyes darting nervously to the side. Bast grinned like a child catching a priest mid-curse.
Go on,
he urged. His eyes were delighted and hard and terrible.
Say it!
Like some silly fairy story. Chronicler finished, his voice thin and pale as paper. Bast smiled a wide smile.
You know nothing of the Fae if you think our stories lack their darker side. But all that aside, this is a fairy story because you are gathering it for me.
Chronicler swallowed hard and seemed to regain some of his composure. What I mean is that what he's telling is a true story, and true stories have unpleasant parts. Is more than most I expect. They're messy and tangled and...
I know you can't get him to leave them out,
Bast said.
But you can hurry him along. You can help him dwell on the good things, his adventures, the women, the fighting, his travels, his music.
Bast stopped abruptly.
Well, not the music, don't ask about that. Or why he doesn't do magic anymore.
Chronicler frowned. Why not? His music seems... Bast's expression was grim.
Just don't, he said firmly. They're not productive subjects. I stopped you earlier.
He tapped Chronicler's shoulder meaningfully.
Because you were going to ask him what went wrong with his sympathy. You didn't know any better, now you do. Focus on the heroics, his cleverness.
He waved his hands.
That sort of thing. It's really not my place to be steering him one way or another,
Chronicler said stiffly.
I'm a recorder. I'm just here for the story. The story's the important thing after all. Based on your story,
Bast said sharply.
You'll do what I say, or I'll break you like a kindling stick.
Chronicler froze.
So you're saying I work for you? I'm saying you belong to me.
Bast's face was deadly serious.
Down to the marrow of your bones. I drew you here to serve my purpose. You have eaten at my table, and I have saved your life.
He pointed at Chronicler's naked chest.
3 ways I own you. That makes you wholly mine. An instrument of my desire. You will do as I say.
Chronicler's chin lifted a bit, his expression hardening. I will do as I see fit. he said, slowly raising a hand to the piece of metal that lay against his naked chest. Bast's eyes flickered down, then up again.
Think I'm playing at some game?
His expression was incredulous.
You think iron will keep you safe?
Bast leaned forward, slapped Chronicler's hand away, and grabbed the circle of dark metal before the scribe could move. Immediately, Bast's arms stiffened, and his eyes clenched shut in a grimace of pain. When he reopened them, they were solid blue, the color of deep water or the darkening sky. Bast leaned forward, bringing his face close to Chronicler's. The scribe panicked and tried to scrabble sideways out of bed, but Bast took hold of his shoulder and held him fast.
Hear my words, manling,
he hissed.
Do not mistake me for my mask. You see light dabbling on the water and forget the deep, cold dark beneath.
The tendons in Bast's hand creaked as he tightened his grip on the circle of iron.
Listen, you cannot hurt me. You cannot run or hide. In this I will not be defied.
As he spoke, Bast's eyes grew paler until they were the pure blue of a clear noontime sky.
I swear by all the salt in me, if you run counter to my desire, the remainder of your brief mortal span will be an orchestra of misery. I swear by stone and oak and elm, I'll make a game of you. I'll follow you unseen and smother any spark of joy you find. You'll never know a woman's touch, a breath of rest, a moment's peace of mind.
Bast's eyes were now the pale blue-white of lightning, his voice tight and fierce.
And I swear by the night sky and the ever-moving moon, if you lead my master to despair, I will slit you open and splash around like a child in a muddy puddle. I'll string a fiddle with your guts and make you play it while I dance.
Tasty.
Bast leaned closer until their faces were mere inches apart, his eyes gone white as opal, white as a full-bellied moon.
You are an educated man. You know there are no such things as demons.
Bast smiled a terrible smile.
There is only my kind.
Bast leaned closer still. Chronicler smelled flowers on his breath.
You are not wise enough to fear me as I should be feared. You do not know the first note of the music that moves me.
Bast pushed himself away from Chronicler and took several steps back from the bed. Standing at the edge of the candle's flickering light, he opened his hand, and the circle of iron fell to the wooden floor, ringing dully. After a moment, Bast drew a slow, deep breath. He ran his hands through his hair. Chronicler remained where he was, pale and sweating. Bast bent to pick up the iron ring by its broken cord, knotting it together again with quick fingers.
Listen, there's no reason we can't be friends,
he said matter-of-factly as he turned and held the necklace out to Chronicler. His eyes were a human blue again, his smile warm and charming.
There's no reason we can't all get what we want. You get your story, he gets to tell it. You get to know the truth. He gets to remember who he really is. Everyone wins, and we all go our separate ways, pleased as peaches.
Chronicler reached out to take hold of the cord, his hand trembling slightly.
What do you get?
He asked, his voice a dry whisper.
What do you want out of this?
The question seemed to catch Bast unprepared. He stood still and awkward for a moment, all his fluid grace gone. For a moment it looked as if he might burst into tears.
What do I want? I just want my Reshi back.
His voice was quiet and lost.
I want him back, the way he was.
There was a moment of awkward silence. Bast scrubbed at his face with both hands and swallowed hard.
I've been gone too long,
he said abruptly, walking to the window and opening it. He paused with one leg over the sill and looked back at Chronicler.
Can I bring you anything before you go to sleep? A nightcap? More blankets?
Chronicler shook his head numbly, and Bast waved as he stepped the rest of the way out of the window, closing it gently behind him. Epilogue. A silence of 3 parts. It was night again. The Waystone Inn lay in silence, and it was a silence of 3 parts. The first part was a hollow, echoing quiet made by things that were lacking. If there had been horses stabled in the barn, they would have stamped and champed and broken it to pieces. If there had been a crowd of guests, even a handful of guests, bedded down for the night, their restless breathing and mingled snores would have gently thawed the silence like a warm spring wind. If there had been music. But no, of course there was no music. In fact, there were none of these things, and so the silence remained. Inside the Waystone, a man huddled in his deep, sweet-smelling bed, motionless, waiting for sleep. He lay wide-eyed in the dark. In doing this, he added a small, frightened silence to the larger, hollow one. They made an alloy of sorts, a harmony. The third silence was not an easy thing to notice. If you listened for an hour, you might begin to feel it in the thick stone walls of the empty tap room, and in the flat, grey metal of the sword that hung behind the bar. It was in the dim candlelight that filled an upstairs room with dancing shadows. It was in the mad pattern of a crumpled memoir that lay fallen and unforgotten atop the desk. And it was in the hands of the man who sat there, pointedly ignoring the pages he had written and discarded long ago. The man had true red hair, red as flame. His eyes were dark and distant, and he moved with the weary calm that comes from knowing many things. The Waystone was his, just as the third silence was his. This was appropriate, as it was the greatest silence of the 3, wrapping the others inside itself. It was deep and wide, as autumn's ending. It was heavy as a great river-smooth stone. It was the patient, cut-flower sound of a man who is waiting to die. You have been listening to The Name of the Wind, The Kingkiller Chronicle, Day 1, by Patrick Rothfuss, read by Rupert Degas. This is an Orion Audiobooks production. Copyright Orion Publishing. Music, recording, and production by Peter Riney.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
So, that's it. 6 parts we needed for 1 book. Alright, alright. Do I have any other audiobooks in my library that are in English? I don't think so. I think everything else is German. Mm. Yep. So, then let's go on with normal music.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Or what is this recording here? Live in Rio. Maybe I should have grinded a little bit for fell clothes, for example. Or just winter fall stuff.
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now. Daylight's burning.
Oh, I don't need Draven Justice. I don't need the flute again. Now I only have to find the New Frontier quest. I just don't know. Did I train lately? Corruption. Oh, let's train. Oh, the smoldering runes. Of course. I just don't know.
Hi. Be good. Keep your feet on the ground. Watch your back.
Hmm. Yeah, there we go.
What's on your mind? Watch your back. Safe travels. See you soon.
Can I help you? Right.
Can I help you?
Na, 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 na. Maybe I don't have this. Wait a minute.
See you around. You need something?
$50, $60, sacrifice, 48, 56, okay. 58. Not so important. Oh, wait a minute. I have 3 quests I can take. How many I need to take? The Dragonkin Menace. Are dragons fearable? That's the questions. 1, 2, 3 Broadlings, table 4. I can turn 1 in. So exactly enough if I don't make the Dragon Kingdom Menace. I mean the Feather Moon. Oh, it's 1,500. Yeah, maybe I should keep it. Well, that can be gone here. So, I have enough. Maybe I make also the short tour to these 2 quests. Yeah, let's do it. If I'm here. Everything that frees up in quest log space is a good thing. In the end, I forgot that I could fly there first. Don't I get any XP from this quest here? Interesting. What do I eat today? Ready to land. We wait. So the High Chieftain I will not do. The Warlock is one of the characters that probably can do it half decently safe. Maybe I can try this. Let's keep the quest then. Leave.
Well met. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
So, free XP. Let's check for my favorite Yeti that never drops what he should drop. Oh, by the way, I need... Oh. Need to check the vendor. I need first oil. Why, by the way, I could go through here. Is this new? Where's my vendor, by the way? Is it not here? Oh. Where is my Yeti? Okay. And again, the feathered headdress. Why is it not here? I was so sure it was here. So I was wrong. Yeah, it was where you can't go through the wall. Ah, true. That is true. Trust all, bam. Very good. What is shorter? This way or yeah. How many addresses I got from him? Maybe that is a punishment that I kill this rare over and over again. They don't give me the dagger to show, hey, you don't need it, so you don't get it. Go away. Hey! Oh, come on. Don't make this bullshit with me. What, on this range? Hmm.
Need help? Farewell. Be careful.
But wait, did I have... No, yeah, the Soulstones is in my inventory. So I can do the watchtowers and maybe the first cauldron.
What can I do for you?
Ah, come on, now I'm here. Even if I don't plan this.
You need something? Light bless you. Farewell. Go with honor.
I buy and trade. Go with honor, friend.
No, not this, but Black Hunter.
Need help? Light bless you.
Oof.
For the Alliance.
That's one of the reasons I don't want to do it now. Come on. Now I can mount up. Of course he resists. Wow. What damage on the ghoul. On the pet. From the ghoul. No, don't fall. I don't understand why I can't climb here. Do I trust that I don't pull ads? Yeah. Oh, he cleave. It's a solar school. What? Mana burn? Whoa, that 400 damage. That was a lot. It's an acolyte. Let's go Sim first. I can go with this here. What do you mean with not enough mana? More than enough mana. Oh, it's more expensive? No, 380. Good. Let's get the mana by myself. Fire. Bam, bam. Okay, let's go. Did I catch? I think I catch the earring go. Let's send my pet. Let's get the pet with it full health again. Music is one bit too loud for my taste. Oh, I didn't use my new spells. I just remembering. Rank 6 and that's 3. 3 is still actual. Where is my different life? Yeah, drain life. Yeah. I think that was the 2 major upgrades. Anything else? Test card 2. I think the AoE Fear I got Hole of Terror here. Yeah. Shouldn't I got a constitution buff? Wait. Uh-oh. Pet, you pull aggro. No? Oh. Does that look for me a little bit like it does? Why I don't got the buff? Oh. I think the other quest can wait. I make the wildlife quest so I can visit Danassus, where anyway I have to go. Yeah. Haunted by tears. At the moment I only see spiders. That is a problem. Ah, there's one wolf at least. The rest is all spiders. I can turn in one time. So 55. Will he add? He will add, so must stand here. Hey, oh, you can say it's resistant. Hello? Please, pet. Why are you hitting me? Okay, no choice. I must leech up. A little bit stupid. That will echo here, of course. So let him collect a little bit aggro here. Wait until the first ice block is out. Why did he resist it? I don't allow this. I think he will add, or? Yeah, he will. That's enough. Okay. I mean, Pit and Rick. Okay, for warlocks, these mobs are also very ugly. Who would have thought this? Let's look for wolves on the right side first. Oh, I must care about getting some more crystals. A Char. I'm your fuel, baby. No knocking, door to door. I'm your fuel, baby. Unfinished business. Nah, I will do this. The other quest if I ever return to here. Let's only do what is necessary here to have a good passing. Where's my doggy? I saw you, doggy. Where are you? Ah, here. Doggy is here. One more doggy. Has to be careful. Okay, I think here's enough. Yeah, it's not a lot ahead. Damn it. Pet. Don't look like. I never can catch up the aggro again. So I better stay with one dot. For some reason there is no ice cage. Oh yeah. He's still on him? Oh, nice. Come on, pet. Oh, thank you. Oh, I have to wait for the next ice cage. I have no dot on him. Oh no. Rotting ghoul. Okay. Fine. Da, 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 da. Oh, come on, bear. Decide what direction you want to pass. Not back and forth. I change here not everything. Only because you have something wrong in your feet. Oh, I'm not very healthy on my pet, yeah. Let's work with Fear here. Hopefully there's not total stupid direction. You don't bring a spider, or? No, wait. Heal, then attack. Oh, the spider added. I got disease, spider added, what else? A lot of bears here. That's fine. Hmm. Oh. Ah! Nearly to spider. What? The bears already respawned here? I'm so slow here. Let's try from this side. I don't know if it's clever. Very good, very good. Go on. Oh. Okay, let's get the other tower. Only 4 minutes for the buff. What? A wolf? Didn't see him. Oh yeah, nice. 2 searing ghouls. I have to outrun. Hopefully no, Mr. Count Pudirius. Who is this? So that's the only one? Pudirius. Is this Lord Maldazar is also here. Oh my, Lord Maldazar is a 56. He can drop things that produce a large shard. So where is Mr. Maldazar? It's not here. Where is he? On what spot? Huh? Maldazar. No. I saw him from here. He can't be at the spot. The other oh, here is he. Okay. Summon skeleton. So this must be. He was a 56, so that is the internal level 56. And of course, no dust, only dust. From dust to dust. Okay. Ah, Putrios is this here. This rare lead. That can cause complications. But he moves, oh? He's a patrolling one. Stay. What was this? He teleports. Putrios. You idiot. Yeah, whatever. And he moved so stupid on the same spot. Where is Putrios? Ah, there. And now a flesh golem comes. It's getting very ugly here. Okay, let's do it very, very carefully here. Especially with these. Putrios. That is a dangerous one here. Can you taunt, please? Oh, man. Marked and gone.
travels. Have a good one.
Greetings. Be careful. Have a good one. For the Alliance.
Need help? Be careful. Farewell. Go with honor.
And now I get the buff. Ah.
Light plus.
I don't want to have this quest now. It's okay. Get this out of my inventory and sell. So I can carry the little puppet. To system. Oh, eat. Beacon? Don't need. That is for quest. Ah, that's fine. It's fine. Let's go. Well, the more I think about it, I better should swim. Oh, I have level up. Didn't realize. And another point. Our pad gets tougher and tougher. I can climb on the other side. Here. Looks like. To the system. Even the Western Blacklands. Demon and elementals. I think this quest is also for later. What I can do against undead as a warlock? Is there anything? Oh, I have a feeling. Yeah. Feeling at least I should. I always forget that I have grenades here. Hmm. Head and what is this here? Left side. It seems to be this one here. Why my pet is on passive, hello? Is now a respawn? No. Hey, don't go away. Hey, I said don't go away. That's only 2,800 XP. I don't know why I every time do this quest. Anyway. Every time I do this quest. I don't know why people liking these succubus. I mean, without taunting, life is much more complicated as a warlock. Oh, don't know if this is the right way to take. Oh, come on. Is he faster? No. He is not. Another gargoyle.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance, light bless you. Be careful.
Hey there. See you later. Be careful.
Great to meet you.
So, fly pass, everything. Should I now go to Auntie?
See you soon.
What was the follow-up? Then I decide from there. Auntie. Oh. Marlene. Strange historian. Ah, the wedding ring, and then yeah. No. That can be done later. quest is 56. Yeah, I don't lose anything until I return.
Welcome.
So that means I don't have to turn in anything here. I should fly first to what's closer. Stormwind is a longer way, so let's go to Ironforge then.
Keep your feet on the ground.
So let's plan. Let's plan. Warlock has to do burning steps into. Yeah, into what? Maybe blasted lens. Not a big fan of this, but yeah, okay, blasted. So, Faire, da, Nasus und dann in Winter, Spring, Resting. So, burning steps and blasted. I don't think I get a full level out of this. Winter, Spring, dann Celetus. I can roughly count. What is it? Oh. How many quests are this? There's one turn and that don't give lot. 2 turn, 3, 5, 6, 7, and maybe Dragonkin menace if dragons are fearable. Together with Blaster, maybe that's a level. Maybe that's really level. So I'm 57 when I return to Winter Spring. Winter Spring don't have too much to offer. I got the follow-up from the Nasus. I can turn in the 3 quests. Basically, I need this quest, and this quest here. The escort quest. Maybe I just grind on until I'm 58 in Winter Spring. So I'm in 58 in Cilitus. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Wait a minute. Yeah. Why I have so much money? I should send some money away. Recklessness? No. Shadow? No. Fear? Yes. Tap? Yes. It was not a lot. But I have one book. I remember that was 56. 58. Blood pack. $50, $60, $56. Sacrifice. Suffering. Oh, no. Piece of pain I have already. $58. $56 tainted blood.
See you around.
So. Oh, I'm quite tired here. Finally. So, and as a last action, I check the cooldowns. That should be now available. Rocky Ironforge. Oh no, 43 minutes. Okay, I'll check it tomorrow then. I don't wait 43 minutes here. Oh, then the priest cooldown is also not ready. Okay, let's check this tomorrow. So, anything fine? Drew? Why has the Drew transmute ready? I played him yesterday. I simply forgot to change. One hour. Okay. And the Drew is tomorrow too. So, everything tomorrow besides Mage. Good, but that's it for today. Warlock to 56, getting closer. Who I have to play next? Maybe I must make a little farm day tomorrow. I don't know. There's not much rested to be done. No, let's see. Let's see what I decided. But I'm out for the day. So, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.